Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, July the 16th. My name is Barry Enerson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses will let me know if you can hear my screen, hear my screen, see my screen, and hear me. Yes, yes, great. All right, guys, let's get into it this morning. Yeah, so as William was talking about, the FGen thumped down. FDA denied their new drug application. So this is really, down 36%. And this looks like an all-time low, yeah, according to us. This is an all-time low right now for FGen. Zila, XELA, I know a lot of you are following this one. It's had about 2 or 3 down days. A little bounce day now taking place. I guess 2 down days. A little bounce day today. I don't think any news on it. Oh, they actually do have news. They're going to be an optionable security now. So that is XELA. IO. Okay, so this is a real cheap one. IO is gapping up on preliminary revenue data. Okay, they don't release until the 4th, but I guess they've released some preliminary revenue data. I think quarter on quarter it is good. Not so great year to year, but quarter on quarter it is good. Fubo, guys. I know a lot of you follow Fubo, F-U-B-O. And this is gapping up, and this is to do with their Fubo gaming unit. I think something to do with Pennsylvania. So that is Fubo, F-U-B-O. Obviously, the news hit after hours yesterday. You can see the big gap up after hours. MGI, I don't think I see any news for MGI. But it is up. Started to fade a little bit here. I don't see any specific news on it. I looked at this one in the pre-market. The spread was awful. Don't know if it's okay now. ARAV. Yeah, the spread is still terrible. It's like they don't want you to trade at 445, 470. And they gapped up on second development milestone. That's the headline that I saw, so they did have some news, but spread is terrible. Lizzie, L-I-Z-I. L-I-Z-I, I don't think I saw any news on it. Oh, yes, there is some news. Okay, trading higher after the company announced it will integrate its audio products into... There's another Chinese company's in-car communications and entertainment network. So there is some news on Lizzie, L-I-Z-I. New cassette player out. It's funny. Space is having a little bit of a bounce. No display. I had a couple of yeses. Oh, wait a minute. I've forgotten. Just a second. So you're following me on YouTube. Sorry about that. Let me just get the display, the desktop. There we go. Yeah, thank you. So space is having a bit of a pop here, guys. SPCE, a little bit of a pop. Interesting how the 200-day moving average, there it is right down there. Got close to it. But there is a little bit of a pop for space, not much. Ericsson is an earnings play. I don't usually look at this. The float is so high, but it's down a lot. Look at this gap down for Ericsson on earnings. Look at this big gap down, 13 down to... I mean, for it, that's a big move with that float, 2.9 billion in the float. Oh, really? Can you not see it now? I just switched over. talking to you guys on YouTube. Can you not see my screen right now? I know I had it on the intro for a while. I just switched it over. Okay, thank you. This one, as I was opening the room, CMMB. Man, I looked at this one. This is shortable too. Just didn't take it, but CMMB, don't see any specific news on it. Again, a crazy low float for a $20 stock, 4.3 million in the float. And yeah, some of the meme stocks are now starting to catch on fire again. AMC, nice little move after hours yesterday. It hit almost 40 after hours. And Alcoa did release. This is the nothing really happening with Alcoa. AA, they do have earnings. Nothing really happening though. It's up 2%. Nothing fantastic. Yeah, Zach, I watched that BBIG. That was a tough short because that just rocketed. I know you were short around here, I think. That just rocketed way up here. All right, guys, it is 9:12. Just 1 second, please. All right, let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. Well, I can't do that. They haven't sent them to me yet. What time is it? Yeah, it's 9:12. Usually they're like clockwork at 9:10, but yeah, they haven't sent them to me yet, so just keep an eye out. Okay. Today, I'm going to dub IPO Friday. We have a ton of IPOs today, about 7 of them, I think 6 or 7 of them. Check now. I kept refreshing, but let me just do a check. There they are. Thank you. All right. Actually, a little more activity in the upgrades and downgrades this morning. So let's get a few of the upgrades in. And by the way, Real, the sector status is now set for live always. So you see the pre-market stuff now in sector status. I don't know if you checked it this morning. All right, guys, there are some of the upgrades. And look at the downgrades in. Actually, yeah, a lot more activity in both of them. A few more downgrades and upgrades. Okay, a few more to go. There's a downgrade for FGen. There's a couple of downgrades for FGen. All right, guys. Upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Really, adding a chart? Really? I won't do it, but this is what I probably should do. Now that we do have the sector status up and running pre-market, just do a quick, probably should do a quick look before the market opens, just to take a look to see what could we expect. So you see financials. First of all, the market is up this morning. So we've got tech up, financials are up, consumer staples are up. What's down? Let's take a look at anything really down. Healthcare is nothing happening in healthcare. That's a little weird. Nothing is really down this morning. Look at energy, guys. Every energy stock is up so far. It's kind of weird. There's nothing in healthcare this morning. I see now. We've got this 200,000 shares per day. I don't necessarily agree with that. Oh, you know what? That's a bug. Just a minute. Not a bug, but just a minute. Okay. I'm going to have to get them to change that because, first of all, if you have a relative volume in a top list window or alert window in the pre-market, you're getting no data. So that's the reason. I'm going to have to alert them to that. That's why we're getting all this. Okay, I'm going to just have to tell Andy. Give me a moment here, guys. Always a reason, exactly. Give me a moment, I'm just answering somebody else here. Trade ideas. All right, guys, sorry about that. Just some cleanup to do here. Yeah, so that's not a bug. I mean, it's just, there's a lot of work done in these channels. And this obviously just wasn't, it just got overlooked here. Anyway, guys, so this is what's happening pre-market with the big sectors. All right. So obviously, every one of them is positive. Positive meaning that more than 50% of the stocks making up the sector are up so far. And with energy having a big rebound. Look at this. I mean, this has been, I think 100% were down for the last 2 days. So this is having a nice rebound, energy sector. So it's, interesting to take a look at the sector status before the market opens, which is what I'll do every day now. Okay, just looking to see. Oh, I didn't mention this. This is a real small one. This GLG, very, very small one. It's just over $1. It is up 24%. Lots of volume, pretty good volume. 11 million shares already. And is there a reason for this gap up? Yeah, I entered into a non-binding letter of intent to acquire a Chinese company, special purpose vehicle company. Okay, so a little bit of news for GLG. Whether it's going to sustain itself over $1, I don't know. I mean, looks like there's a lot of resistance, but it's a big gap up so far, 24%. I only bring it to your attention because I know some of you like to play the really cheap ones, so there it is. All right, Diana, DSX is a little pop here for Diana. Announces the acquisition of Sarmax dry bulk vehicle for $22 million. So that's the news that just popped in. Well, there are a bunch of IPOs, Grant. I don't know if there are any interesting ones, but there's about 7 this morning. I can't tell you which ones are going to be the interesting ones, but let's just a quick look. What time is it? 9:23. So here are the IPOs. These are I say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 of them today. So 20 million at 7. 19 million at 50. I'm looking for something that is 17 and a half, 14. I don't know, 7 million at $14. Just looking at how many shares are being issued and the potential IPO price or the IPO price. This is a cheap one. Well, here's 4.7 million shares at $15. So not many. So typically these are the types that can have some kind of interesting first day anyway, as opposed to 40 million at 21. I'm not saying it's not going to run, but 6.3, I think somebody was saying yesterday, they thought this one could be an interesting one, TCRX. 6.3 million at $15. Okay, so, I can't tell you what's going to be the most interesting one from these that released today. It was UPJ, okay. Yeah, we've got Morgan Stanley, Cowen, and Barclay. So guys, I mean, do the homework yourself, okay? You know, you've picked whatever IPO calendar you want. I've certainly put that link in many, many times. On the weekend, you can set up your price alerts. You can put notes in just like I've done. Find it very helpful now. I don't have to go back to the calendar to see who's involved and how many shares and the price. Yeah, SGOC is doing its thing again, guys. Just be careful on it. You know, it did this yesterday, and it just just dropped like a look at this. I mean, I'll just show you the 15-minute chart. So look what happened yesterday. Yeah, it was very exciting. Yes, I got up to what 1640, 1650 or so on that first 15-minute candle. Closed here at 14, and then look. I mean, all the way down to 10. So you got to be very, very careful with SCOC. Okay, very, very careful. All right, I'll be right back. All right, guys, FGEN continues to make new lows here. Now, the problem is, not the problem, you know, there's shorts available, certainly, at Internet, not tons of, but it's down 38%. I'm not telling you to take it now, but, you know, when the market opens, it might be more difficult because the uptake rule will be in place. I'm not saying to take it now, but just so that you're aware. I know William is already short that. You just cut, why? Oh, I see, because you got that. Even if it's working. But actually, I'm looking now, the spread just got crazy. 22.44, so probably not a bad. All right, guys. Market's going to open in about 45 seconds. Let's have a great end to this trading week. I did not take any pre-market trades today. FGN continues down. All right, we are now opened. Okay, let's start watching that FGen. All right, kind of watching the Fubo. See, now, first of all, let's see if we get a better day compared to yesterday in terms of the chop. I was just going to show you that. You know, look at the SPY yesterday. Let's hopefully we get a better day with respect to the chop. Look how choppy this was until here, and then all of a sudden, you know, we had about a 40 or about an hour down, and then a rally. But you know, for the most part of the day, it was really chopping around. Wow, FGen guys, I mean, this is really picking up steam here underneath 15. One day we'll get William to hold on to these a little bit longer. I know that'll be never, but okay, so guys, again, what I said was, you know, I don't make any recommendations at all. I was just pointing out the fact that it might be more difficult to get this when the market opened because it's down more than 10%, the uptick rule, which does not apply in the pre-market. Okay, Fubo, you know, it hasn't settled down yet. I mean, look at this big topping tail here, bottoming tail here in the 5-minute chart. It's not settled down yet. But it's moving now, FUBO. Now, will it, you know, again, things can get very, very whippy in the first 15 minutes. It did have news. There's the after hours high for Fubo. Right around here, 28.50, so about 80 cents away. The next high looking left on the daily chart is around $30. So it's got a little bit of room. Actually, I'm wrong, 27.70 a couple of days ago. All right, just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if anything interesting is happening other than the FGen. Yeah, the CMMB surging on no news. That would have been a wonderful short. Right up here, look at this 23, right down to 20. Surging up on no news. Why? Look at that, 4.3 million in the float. That's why that sort of stuff can happen. LIZI, let's take a look at LIZI. It's a little early for me, but what was the news for it? Oh, that's right. So bonds with a automotive technology company in China. That was the news. So it did have a little bit of news. Look at Fubo, guys. That's why, you know, you got to be so careful. Look at Fubo. I mean, look how whippy things can be. I'm not saying, listen. I mean, look in this 2-minute chart. Look at the 5-minute. Big topping tail, big bottoming tail. I mean, It's typically why I do not like trading in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Not a recommendation. You do what you you do what you want to do, of course. And yes, I will miss something that keeps running higher or keeps running lower. I'm just prepared to live with that. Look at the Otley, guys. I mean, you talk about a whippy stock yesterday. OTLY. Slammed by Street Sweeper. Look at this, all the way down, and then a big pop after hours, holding. There's the after hours high, taking that out. All right, here's China education stock. GoTo, GOTU. On the way down here, this is an all-time low. I haven't seen this one for a while. And NDM, a little bit of a pop here. High of yesterday, excuse me, yesterday was 675. To me, just too much resistance. Okay, guys, I should have mentioned this one. It's on my list here. HGSH, big pop after hours. And now look at this, volume coming in, huge volume coming in. HGSH. It's on my watch list, as you can see it right there. Don't have any news on it, just China real estate. There it goes, continuing higher here. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, so Jerry, you have to have our latest beta. Okay, so if you go to my homepage, click on my homepage link. You see my tab here. Okay, click on my homepage link. And go up to the download software. Click on download software. And you have to have the latest beta. Scroll down here, and that solves all of that. Okay, then you can actually have your layout up and running. And you can actually go to this new feature here, dock channel bar. You can click on the different channels, and your layout will not disappear. Now, if you want a channel to not disappear, then you just click on the new dock channel bar again. Okay, if that makes sense. Let me know. Wow, guys. Okay, well, William, FGEN. Again, I cannot tell people to take the, I just sort of, the big hint, you want to take this short before the market opens, because it might be, would have been maybe difficult to get, because the uptick rule would have been in effect. I have to be careful. I cannot make recommendations, okay? All I can do is point out ideas. If it makes sense to you, go for it. If it doesn't, move on. I mean, there's no support for it, obviously. I mean, there's a lifetime low, so. All right, and again, I mentioned this one earlier too, the SGOC. I told you you're gonna have to be really careful with it. Look what it did, up to 1460, drops down to 1223. It's kind of doing what it did yesterday. So you've just got to be very, very careful. You know, it's on a low float, so I don't, unless that float number is wrong for us. I've got very few alerts coming in here. Here's the Lizzie. Yep, absolutely, Dumpling. You can short in simulated trading for sure. Just press the big sell button. Now, what I would do though is I would not that it matters, you know, I mean, but because you're in simulated trading, but if you're trying to somehow somewhat mimic how it would look if you were really trading, make sure your broker has shares to short, you know, so that you're not shorting something that you couldn't have shorted if you were attached to your account. That's my recommendation. Okay. Ah, boy, this Marin, I was looking at Marin in the pre-market also as something that looked like it could be pounded down. I just didn't act on it. Okay, well, XELA, I mean, look at these bottoming tails. 327, 351, popping back up. Again, whippy, guys, just very, very whippy. Maybe trying to take out that pre-market high right there, around 4. All right, so this is I believe, yeah, this is a little earnings play. AEHR. Yeah, not too interested in this one. I mean, it's up big, 18%, lots of volume. It's going to trade the float easily. Okay, XELA attempting to get through 4. One of them, it's possible are you trying to auto trade, Hayden? Are you going in at the market just out of curiosity? Well, I don't know. I don't know why. I mean, if I'll take a trade right now just for fun. AEHR. I'll go in at the market. The spread's okay. Let's just take 300 shares and see what happens. Took the trade, so I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah. Oh, Alex, come on now. You know you can't ask me a question. I mean, like that. Any chance that XELA hits 5? Yes. But I have no opinion, you know, whether it will or not. I mean, of course there's a chance. You know, I mean, right now at this point, that's the next high looking left. So there's nothing in theory stopping it when you look left on a daily chart. But I mean, I don't know if it's going to. All right, so I've covered quite a bit of my FGen now. Just watching it the way it got right down to 14. You know me, where underneath 14. Covered most of it. BYRN, let's take a look at BYRN. Real mentioned that one. And probably for, yeah, this is obviously a potential short here. And let's look left. $25 is the next high looking left. So it's, you know, about 50 cents away from that. So again, my opinion on the XELA, all I can do is say, well, the next high looking left is 5 something. So yeah, I mean, it's got a shot, but I don't, my opinion, that does not mean that I think it's going to get there. It just means that at least there's no chart resistance. All right, cheap one. I put this in the watch list just because I know some of you like to play these really cheap ones. So the GLG. Now, this is what I see looking left, though. I mean, look, if it can somehow, what's the high of the month right here? $1.13, and the high the next month was $1.44. So I mean, you know, if it gets through $1.13, which was last month's high, hey, I guess it's got a shot to get, you know, that's the next high looking left on the monthly. Back out on the weekly. You know, it's a little different picture. You know, you've got $1.25 here, you've got $1.17 here. So, you know, you've got some areas of resistance on the weekly. So, but there is some news, so maybe that'll sustain it. That's a big crash, yeah? Yeah, considering it was, no, FGen is not over with. I don't have very much left, but let's see if it takes out that 14 again. Take a look if there's anything that just came in. Yeah, no, but there's definitely a big sell-off there. Pretty big float, 185 million in the float. Well, that would be wonderful, Zach, if that happened. All right, we have a earnings play here. VLRS. This is airline sector out of Mexico. VLRS. This is an earnings play. This is an all-time high right here. All-time high for wow. Look at the run it's been on. I mean, this is probably the best stock in the airline sector, obviously, since the pandemic. I mean, look what it's done. I mean, it's not an airline exactly, but wow. Seen this one before, VLRS. So an all-time high. Little pullback 4 days before. All right, now TRQ, very interesting level here, guys. TRQ, look at the 200-day moving average, 1393. It's just sitting above it. Will it hold it, or will it crash right through? And Turquoise Hill says COVID-19 restrictions slammed Q2. So I guess they release August 3rd. So I guess there must be a shutdown of their mine or something in Mongolia. I don't know what else they've got going. So it's slamming their Mongolian operations. Will this hold? Will this 200-day moving average hold? Very few alerts. Little silver play here. Oh, no, is this silver? Sorry, this is not silver. EVK. I think it's something else. EVK. Little pop here. I don't know if this is one of those meme stocks, but EVK. Very low float. China stock. Look at the move right now. EVK. Look left. What do you see? So 347. That was 2 months ago, and then 371. 4 months ago, the high. Very choppy. I mean, look at all the potential resistance, though, and on that weekly chart. Yeah, profile. It's changed to the fashion, etc. in China. Yeah, no, I think it's EXK or something like that. Nothing in the option scanners yet. Excuse me, yet. All right, well, there's the IC. Let's see now. Let's see. Is today the day? Today the day. What's the volume like? Not terrible. Is today the day that it gets over 10 and holds? So 3, what are you talking about in the YouTube room? What halt? Did what halt? Okay, F-Chan, come on down. Wow, just right around, hovering around that 14 level. Yeah, a couple of bottoming tails, yeah, for Lizzie Lizi on the 15 anyway. And as Real mentioned, ARL, that was a crazy one yesterday. ARL, look what it did. It got all the way up to $20. So traders are looking at this and thinking, what if it could get close to that today? Another very low float. Again, I have no idea if that is completely correct, but it says 925,000 shares. I mean, that's really insanely low. And why I say correct, I mean, if you go to, I always say this, go to 10 different websites, you'll probably get 10 different float numbers. I have nothing in the halts yet, William. TCBS? I have nothing. TCBS? Also, I don't have this as, oh, there it is. Well, it just got halted now. Maybe when it first got halted, it was under 20,000 shares. I do have a minimum. But I don't have this as an IPO today. I don't think anyway. So far, nothing on the AI. Nope. Oh man, another leg down. FGEN. Just keep this moving down. Oops. It helps if you type in the right symbol. It can be, Paperboy, yeah. I mean, think about what it means, especially if you get several in a row. You know, it's just the reverse of the topping tails. Now, I mean, this it may not, but in theory, when you have bottoming tails, you know, that means the sellers were knocking it down, then the buyers closed it higher. You get another one, sellers knocking it down. This is a better example of topping tails. Really? Buyers had it up here, seller said no way. Buyers had it up here, seller said no way. Okay? So there's always this battle, of course. And at some point, one gives up. For a while, anyway. So this is what we were saying. Well, the real was saying on the 5-minute chart for Lizzie. Look at these bottoming tails. I mean, the sellers have been trying to knock it through 6. It looks to me like the sellers are in control, though. What's the VWAP? 627. So bounce off the VWAP down. Boy. Now, let's see. I always like to do this, play this little game, little induce downwards. What are we at? 1376 now. All right, guys, it's still testing that 6th level. Lizzie, Lizi, still testing that 6th level. Okay, for those of you making fun of me, Aout coming down here. AOUT. Oh, gosh, FGEN. I wish I could have just told everybody to short this before the market opens, but I can't do that. But you heard what I was saying. Meanwhile, AEHR is a little earnings play. I just think there's too much resistance, in this area. But hey, listen, if it pops through that, it's a fairly low float. So I mean, this could keep running. This could. I'm just not. I'm just not convinced. But the next high looking left, it's right there. Wow, 360. So it's right there. The next high in the monthly chart, same, 410. I mean, this has a shot to get to 4, I guess. Oh. So when you say how they work, what exactly do you mean by that? When you buy a stock, you hope it goes up. When you short a stock, you hope it goes down. That's the easiest way to explain it. The only caveat is that when you short a stock, your broker has to have shorts available for you to short. All brokers are going to be different. Oh my goodness, did that get up to... Wow. Okay, well, listen, guys, I mean, I was reluctant to take this one, but again, I pointed it out is for those of you who like to take the cheap ones. That's a fantastic move. JLG, I mean, from $1 up to $1, I mean, that's a fantastic move. 36% move just like that. I did not take it. All right. Well, LIZ took out 6 in a big way now. All right, we have another halt here, guys. Wow, look at this one. MOHO. I don't think I've ever seen this one. China stock, wellness products, etc., etc. There's the 200-day looming above it, 194. I've never seen this one. 7.9 million in the float. Wow, I mean, guys, you want a trend? Look at FGen. Look at this 15-minute chart, straight down. Only a minor little blip right there on the 5-minute. Even on the 2-minute, hardly anything. I mean, I took some out for sure, but look at this. Look at this 15-minute chart, just straight down so far. And the other thing is, well, which is nice, I mean, these are fairly wide candles, but, you just want some orderly candles on the way down. Well, I guess you're gonna know what my video of the day will be. It's FGen. Now look what the market's doing. I haven't even really looked at the overall market. So Dow's up a little, SPY is up basically flat. Tech is up a little bit. Market is starting to fade down though. Fade. Yeah, I mean, oh boy. I have an enthusiastic customer at my feet. Here she is. So who asked the question about shorting? Did I answer? Did I answer it? Ah. You know, guys, I mean, this is a case with the FGen where the news does make a difference. All right. And a lot of times, you see some news, and how is it really going to affect the stock? But you could just tell. I mean, look at that. And, FDA gives them a rejection for a new drug application. I mean, that's pretty brutal. Okay, well, what I read, I just saw FDA. So, regardless, it's bad. FDA advisory. You're right. FDA advisory committee. So this, yeah, you're absolutely right. I just see FDA. So, boy, I mean, guys, you're in the room right off the bat. This SGOC. Look what it did again today. You have to be awfully careful. Stocks like this, historical trading patterns, you really come into play. Well, I definitely was wrong. Well, wrong. I mean, the AEHR. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of that other little one yesterday that just kind of inched its way up. Yeah, I don't think SGOC, I'm not sure. Yeah, SGOC was not shortable at Interactive Brokers either. Not now, anyway. There may have been. Look at Fubo. Oh, man. Real was talking about that one. Also, I mean, Fubo, I mean, look how wild it was at the very beginning. You would have thought, there's the after hour highs, had some news, Fubo Gaming, etc., etc. Market opens. See you later. Well, that's dangerous when you say something, surf trader. It may, but should it could. I don't know about should. Nothing from the option scanner. Nothing. Oh, I forgot to watch the MOHO once it resumed. Nothing really popped up to 196. This is actually shortable. Whoa, shortable at Interactive Brokers. Might have missed it though. Always got to be careful too, you know. You start to short these low float stocks. You know, some bad things can happen. You've got to be, you can't wander away. I say this all the time. You cannot wander away from your computer. Whether it doesn't matter if you're short or long, especially these low float stocks. Nothing from the AI today. Not yet, anyway. William, did you pound this MOHO down? Yeah, market just went negative. Yes, market did. All the indices are down now. ATOS. Take a look at ATOS from Zach. Oh, hit on the way down. Wow. Look at the volume that came in. Not a low float. 120 million in the float. Certainly not a low float. But look at the volume that came in. Okay, guys, just keeping an eye on the FGen. Don't want to see a big pop for me. Here's one that was active yesterday. HUDI. It's a low float, 3 million in the float. Yeah, it could get going. Get some volume. It could get going. Got all the way up to 670 yesterday, so it certainly got room if it wants. If the traders get into this one. All right, guys, there's a little cross here on the 2-minute chart for Verb. On the 2-minute chart for Verb, little cross, ADMA crossing above the 20 SMA for Verb. Of course, this was a very active one also. Okay, guys, NEGG. I know some of you were talking about this one. This is just showing up. Oh man, look at this. Yes, look at the volume that came into NEGG. Careful, again, $34 stock with 11 million in the float. You got to be careful. Sorry, guys. I'm just take a look at this MOHO. What is it doing? Oh, yeah. I mean, that would have been a great. I'm going to pound it down. You know, I may not got it right at the top, but from 190 down to 160. I mean, this is really great percentage moves. You have to you've then connected, Robbie. You connected. I mean, there's no way you're in paper trading, obviously. First of all, paper trading option, you should be using our real-time data. Don't use IB's paper trading. Number one. Okay? No, when we talk about paper trading, we're talking about using our paper trading. Okay? Using our data. It doesn't matter who your broker is. That's number one. After that, I mean, you may think you followed it to a T, but obviously you connected to your live account. Yeah, that's why I said on the SGOC, if you're going to take that one, you've got to be awfully careful. Yeah, I'm sure you were attempting. I'm sure you were, but you know we don't support that anymore at all. Okay, people want to, and this is just general. Okay, I'm not dumping on you, but you know people, if they want to use IB's paper, well, that's up to you. But that's why we have the simulator here. Again, I'm not talking to you specifically. It's just that we get the odd question, hey, how come in IB paper trading mode it's not acting the way we don't support it anymore. Kind of watching this verb just to see if it could get back into the 90s or something and maybe take a shot at getting over 3. Just to see. This, of course, was super active the last little while. No, I see NEGG was alerted. Well, you have to have our premium service. Do I see what the AI did? Yes, I do. Yep. But that's not shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers, so nothing I could do about that. No, there's no... depends on the... No, I don't... There's no hard and fast rule on that. How about E-Trade? Any shorts available for NEGG at E-Trade? I only ask because, people wanting to use Brokerage Plus, even if you're not auto trading, you couldn't use this to short neg if you have Interactive Brokers. I'm just interested if you have if E-Trade had shorts. Well, they're adjustable. Yeah, I mean, you can do things, it's just a little bit tricky. If you have things like sector, if you have the company name, I would get rid of them. Unless it's so important to you. So some of those columns, if you get rid of some of the ones that take up a lot of space, I think you'll find it's a lot easier. But look what I'm doing here. I can adjust it. Okay, so it's just a little tricky, but it absolutely can be done. Yeah, just play around with it, but I would get rid of some columns that, the wider columns that take up a lot of space. Well, there's a cross for AMC, 2-minute cross. Can't see it. Keep an eye on the verb, guys, in case it gets really frisky again. VERB, keep an eye on it. Wow, FGen is still in a holding pattern, but on the way down still. FGen. Lizzie continues to track down here. L-I-Z-I. There's your level, maybe 558. I mean, they may even go negative. Okay, guys, listen, I'm going to do an abbreviated, I'm not going to go into all the detail about trade ideas today, okay? I'm just going to say welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, okay? And just let you know that, you know, we're a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock markets. This is an example of a scanner, basic new highs and lows. Summary. This is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is 4, etc. That's how you start off with your scanning. You create filters, kind of get the universe of stocks down to a manageable number, and then you put in an alert. In this case, I want to see new highs or new lows for the day. If I see them, that's when I get a real-time alert. Okay? And good news, you don't have to know a programming language. We think we've created enough alerts. Here are all the alerts and all the filters. So vast majority of our customers can combine them to create the type of scan they're looking for. If you go to my home page, a lot of information is there. See, this way maybe Zach won't get rid of me. So on my home page, I have a tab here, so it's available all day long. If you click on my tab, here's the link. So if you click on my tab, there's the same link, of course. So if you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here is the promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. This gives you an idea about how much Trade Ideas does cost. You have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard, $22.68 a year minus the 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. Big difference is the AI. You don't have to have an annual plan. You want to go monthly, that's great, or that's fine. $118, $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. More information from my homepage. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video. I'm sure it's going to be FGen. All the scans I'm sharing right here. So you want my layout? Here's my layout. And plus I've created a lot of individual scans that you might want to take a look at. Education section right here. You're new to Trade Ideas, I would really recommend you take the 20 lessons. It goes over, you know, creating top lists, alert windows, etc. At 12 o'clock, I do take a break. So somebody else takes over the YouTube room between 12 and 1. Today, it should be Andy. I'll pop the link in before I take my break. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They're all free. More educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. More information about the AI. If you're new to trading, and I mean new, starts off with, this is a great little 36-part video series. What is a stock? That's how it starts. So if you're new to trading, I would recommend this. So I'm going over this really quickly. Why? Because there's a lot of information here in these two sections right here. So my recommendation, save my link, and then you can take a look. You can take a look at this at your leisure. Okay, another one just showing. Oh, this one was crazy yesterday. GXGX. Look at what it did yesterday. Big gap down, trying to come back. Don't know anything about this. Oh, it's an app. Oh, it's a SPAC. Okay. Oh, it's a SPAC. That's why. Well, that 2 minute cross for AMC certainly was good right there. 36.42. That's an excellent alert right there on the cross. Yeah, great short. I mean, you got anybody with short availability for any GG. Just a minute, please. Oh, I'm on mute. Thank you, Demetrius. Jeez, how long have I been on mute? Well, I was just showing, okay, the AEHR, showing that, you know, if you had, when I was in the trade, this is in the simulator, the max I could have made was $139. These are hotkeys. I flattened, got out of the position. You know, obviously, if I'm really watching this, I would never allow $139 to turn into 36. Well, I'm bored only to the point that I'm just waiting on the F-Gen to see if it's going to have any sort of a pop here. It doesn't look like it. And the verb, yeah, it takes out 3. What's the float like? Yeah, it's not a huge, it's not a super low float. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, sorry about that. Back. There's the verb, guys. Keep an eye on the verb. I missed. I lost sight of the HUDI. I was talking about that, just over $5. See, it's had a little bit of a pop here. Morning, Lily. Little bit of a cross here for the XELA on the 2-minute chart, 363 right here, so it's not that far away. Let's see if that means anything at all. The only issue, though, is on the 5-minute chart. We have maybe a conflicting... Oh, no, I'm wrong. Yeah, keep an eye on the XELA, guys. Look how the 8 EMA is moving down, the 20 SMA on the 15. The same thing, the 20 SMA moving down, the 8 EMA moving up. We actually had the cross on the 2-minute at 363. Let's see if that is going to mean anything. Typically, these crosses can indicate a bullish turn here. So let's keep an eye on the XELA. I mean, it's taken a while for verb, but I'm just looking at the cross here for verb on the 2-minute chart right there. 286, that was the cross right there. Okay, so if you, on our charts, you can put a 20 SMA. There's that blue line, that's the 20 SMA, and the orange line is the 8 EMA, all right? So the theory is, actually I was wrong here. That's the cross up, so these are looking like, well, anyway, the theory is that if the 8 EMA crosses above the 20 SMA, that can signal a potential long move, okay? This is on the 2-minute chart. So that's where the cross happened. I happened to see it. The same thing with the verb. If you look at verb, V-E-R-B, on the 2-minute, you see the cross right there. And that was at 287. I mean, it hasn't moved that much. AMC was better. Now, AMC was better. If you look at on the 2-minute chart again, look at the cross right there. That's a pretty dramatic one. At 36.52, got all the way up to 38.63. That was pretty awesome. It sort of based here for a bit, but after that, I mean, it got all the way up there. Doesn't have to be 2-minute, no. I mean, it could be 5, 15. I'm testing something that you guys can't see right now, okay? That's why, and it's on the 2-minute chart. But no, any cross works. I mean, works. I mean, you can watch any cross. The 2-minute will give you an earlier entry, but it may not be as safe. 5-minute, is earlier than 15, may not be as safe. That's all. Yeah, the problem is that I can't, because there's no sound alert on it. I've got so much going on that I can't, unless I just stared at it. But I'm missing some of these. The AMC I missed because I can't put a sound alert on it. But anyway, I mean, it's the XELA though. I mean, I did see that one at it was a 360. And it's only on a 2-minute chart right now for us. I mean, we hoping to get it more user friendly, that we'll have different time frames. So right now, I mean, it's very limited. The number of filters that we've got on here. Okay, guys, I don't have very much of the FGN left. I was, of course, watching that, trying to hold that 40 level, 1340 level. So I don't have very much. Sorry, I'm out of it. I'm just looking now. I'm completely out of it now. Okay, was holding that 1340, little pop here. So I'm completely out of the FGN now. Yeah, hey, who knows? Maybe this will be a nice space and it might rally somewhat from here. So I would keep an eye on it, or this could be a base that it's going to drop from. I mean, it's an all-time low. Nothing's holding it up. All right, let's take a look at the sectors, guys. So I haven't, this is now available. You go to my home page. I'll just show you what I'm talking about. If you go to my home page, the tab, and click on my link, scroll to the top, download software, click on the download software, and scroll down until you see this beta. So the beta now has this docking ability. For the majority of you, this is how you'll use it. So, you hear me in the past always talking about, well, you got to save your layout to the cloud, because if you go to our channel bar, the normal channel bar, and you click on one of these channels, it's a layout, your layout will disappear. Not anymore. Click on new and now go click on docked channel bar. Same channels. Let's take a look at the sector status channel. I do this because some may want to do this. Let me just explain once this loads. So this is guys, do you remember in the pre-market energy was 100% positive? Look how it's flipped. So this is a kind of a snapshot of what's happening with the market. Okay, these are the major sectors. And here's our energy sector. Every single stock is negative. Interesting, because in the pre-market, every single stock was positive. Materials. So is there any positive sector? I cannot see. Okay, there's only one, consumer staples. Positive in that 65% are up, 34% are down. And I guess healthcare. Let me see if they made that change. No, okay, they've got to make that change. So let's just say, for argument's sake, you would like to have this up and running all day long. You know, maybe you're just somebody who likes to see these sectors, see the flow of the market, check out, you know, for instance, what I'm more likely to do is, so 14% are up. So I'd be looking at these one like, why are these up and everything else is down? Okay, I'd be more inclined to take a look at the ones that are up. Sort of contrary. Real estate, perfect example. There's probably only one stock that's down, or so there's IRM. You look at that, that's down for the day. There are only two stocks that are down for the day in the real estate sector. You might want to look at that and go, Okay, so, but if you wanted this up and running all the time, you know, you have several monitors and you just want to have this up and running all the time, then you can do that. And then all you have to do, because if you still want to surf through these other channels, you just click on New, Dock Channel Bar again. Okay, and then you can start looking at the other channels. Here's our EV related channel. Okay, so, and underneath it is still, here's our sector status. So now you can, we don't know what sort of a resource hog this is going to be. So, I mean, I wouldn't have so many layouts, you know, open. So we don't know what sort of a resource hog this is going to be. But that's the sort of thing you can do now. All right, well, we had an hour down right here on the SPY. Now we've got 30 minutes up. So let's see if this holds or if this is just a blip and the trend will continue down. Indy, put Indy in our, no, it's not a bad alert, guys. 888, 919 right now, and the next high looking left is 963. That's not a bad alert at all from my watch list. All right, now here's a cross down for AMC. We had the cross up, and now we've got the cross down for AMC, maybe setting up a potential short. 37.34. All right, here's an IPO, guys, just launched. IMGO, 7 million at $14. Let's take a look to see if it, wow, okay, so you can see the enthusiasm for this one. 7 million shares at $14, so it's above the IPO price. Meanwhile, wow, this SPAC is going crazy now. GXGX. Look at this. Oh my goodness, look at this. I mean, this is a SPAC. You can always tell a SPAC, something that closes, that's around $10 forever. If you don't know what a SPAC is, look it up. SPAC. It's an acronym. Anybody know who they are targeting? I don't see it. I'm looking at the news. I don't see. Ah, Cellularity closes merger. Okay, so that's the news. 7/16. So that's today. Here, just click on that news and you'll see what it's all about. These SPACs, what they do is they look for private companies and then they merge with them. It sort of bypasses the IPO. Somewhat the difficulties some of these private companies have going public. Makes it a lot easier. Now look at this thing rocket now. But it's very strange, the action the 3 days before, especially yesterday. Almost like, well, maybe the merger was off, and now, okay, it's on. All right, Zila, are you going to do it? I mean, waiting to see if this little cross really meant anything. Okay, well, this just showed up. Wow, this just showed up in the option scanner, guys. 11:35. Holy smokes. I don't know how easy it would have been to get right at 11:35. Probably not easy, but this is the only option play right now. And it just got halted. Oh, never mind 7 or 8 minutes. That was about, we had the alert at 11:02 at 11:35. You know, 11:02 plus a few seconds probably. 11:02, yeah, 3 seconds after. I mean, it's only 11:00. I mean, it's already halted. So that was a 10-second move. All right, Zila, go. I'm surprised it trades options at all, but there it is, 2,500 options today, contracts today. That represents 5 times normal. This is what this window is looking for. Unusually strong. I actually should rename it abnormal option activity. I mean that's what we're looking for. I'm not trading. I'm not in this trade, but I'm not because I went to well. I missed it. How can it? No, I can't say any more than that. I just missed it. But that's what it's looking for. I'm not trading if I can get into a trade here. I'm not trading the option. I'm actually trading the stock. Just another way of looking at stocks that are having abnormal activity today. Again, it's one of the scans I'm sharing. All you have to do is go to my homepage, click on that homepage tab right here, click on my link, and right here in the scan section. Yeah, shorts available at IB too. Most of the time I see that SPACs, they are available at Interactive Brokers. But let's see, what is it going to open at? Right now, not looking like it's going to have a huge open, but I mean, we don't know. It says 1180, 1180 right now. No, actually, the put volume is way more. I'm just looking here, looking at the. No, I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Okay, well, if this is a 5 minute halt, it's going to open in about 25 seconds. Is what we're looking at right there. There's the halt. If it's a 5 minute halt, which typically that's what they are. So it'll be 25 seconds after 11:07. So 10 seconds from now. And it's not really stacking up to be a big pop from here. This is what I mean. You see, there we go. Well, in fact, look at the drop. Well, wow, not really, Sparky. Usually the first halt is good. Usually the first halt, well, good. I mean, usually there's a pop after the first halt. And, you know, it did have that drop right there, but I mean, now it's just racing here. But no, typically I would say that most of the time you get a halt the first print is way higher. Not way higher, but I mean, it could be a lot higher though. Second halt, a little iffy. The third halt is usually the one, if it gets halted the third time, that's usually the one where we see big capitulation. Did I create the custom I told you, Barry? I don't know which one that was, Ija. So I'm going to guess the answer is no. I don't know which one you. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. Oh, call greater put. No, no, I didn't do that. All right, we just have a IPO just launched here, guys. RGC just launched. Let's take a look at the details on it. And for some reason, I don't have this as an IPO. It just got halted though. It just got halted. Why don't I have that as an IPO? Did I miss that one? So much going on. Let me just check my calendar. Don't tell me that did not show up. Oh, you know what? I missed it. Yeah, I just flat out missed it too. Oh, wow, two. That's a terrible one to miss. The reason I'm saying that is 2.3 million shares at 950. This could go crazy today. Maxim Group. How did I miss that? No, this one just... And so did BLFY opened also. Don't tell me See, I don't see that listed as an IPO on my calendar, BFLY. Wonder where they're out of. Closing of conversion and stock offering. So it's maybe it's a little bit different from an IPO. Okay, so VLRS just showed up in the option scanner. Now, it's pretty interesting because when you look left, what do you see? Nothing. Okay, this is an all-time high and it's an earnings play. This could be really interesting, guys. I would be keeping an eye on this one for sure. It's an earnings play, so you know it's going to be... It doesn't trade it that much. Where are they out of? Again, this is this Mexican company in the, I don't know where to call this. I mean, it's scheduled passenger air transportation. It's not an airline. Engages in provision of air transportation cargo services. Okay, but it's in the sector. Depends what you mean by option interest, Piano Man. You can have your option volume today. Okay, and then this, I know this should be renamed. This is the option volume today. This is the percent. Okay, it should be renamed. It looks the same, and I don't know. I've asked them for this forever, it seems, but that. So is that what you mean? The percent? That's not option interest. That's 361%. What that means is it's trading 3.6 times normal in terms of option activity compared to the last 10 days. So that's what that means, if that's what you're talking about. You just have, if you don't have it, just add it. Right click, configure, type in option in the search. And it's this one right there. Okay? If that's what you mean. All right, well, Zila, oh boy, Zila, just come on, go. It's a snoozer. Yeah, so I mean, we have an earnings date. You just have to add the filter. Okay, there's our earnings date is right here in the single stock window. We have an earnings channel. Okay, but I say but because, you know, we're getting this from our provider. I understand we're going to be changing soon. Probably have better data from our new provider. But all you have to do is right click, configure, search, earnings date. Okay, if you add the filter now. If you're looking for stocks that are having that are in play, show you what I'm talking about. So if you're looking for stocks that are in play, here's our earnings date. Okay, minus 0.25 and 0.25. This is how we designate it. So if it's minus 0.25, that means it had earnings after hours yesterday, which will make it in play today. And 0.25 means it had earnings before the market opened today, which obviously makes it in play today. So these are the two these are the two values that I use in the earnings date, and that shows me the stocks that should be active today regarding earnings. Okay? All right, guys, I'm out of that XELA flat. I just don't like it. I just think it's just too much of a. So I'm out of it. XELA and out of it. Have nothing right now. The FGEN, of course, I'm gone. All right. Well, if you've got your layout, then you click on. So this is for you, Jeff. So if you click on New and then Dock Channel Bar. Okay. First of all, can you hear me and can you see what I'm doing? All right. Can you see what I'm doing? Okay. So you click on New and then that Dock Channel Bar. You know, right here, Dock Channel Bar. So this is your. So notice. Now when I click on anything here, earnings as an example, I click on earnings, my layout remains. So when you say you don't have that, if you're talking about when you click on, from our toolbar, you click on new, you don't have something that says Dock Channel Bar? Okay, well then you don't have the latest beta. You have to download the latest beta. Okay? So if you go to my home page, or if you can find the home page, but if you can click on my home page tab, and once you do that, this is what you'll see. And then click on download software. And then you have to scroll down here. This is the beta with docking. Okay? I don't know. I didn't have that one. I didn't have that one up, so I don't know. You'd have to check. Go to an IPO calendar. You guys can do this on your own. You know, you don't need me. RGC. I don't even see RGC. So oh, that's right. Sorry, 2.3 at 950. I forgot to put it in. But here's an IPO calendar, okay? You can always do the checking yourself. Okay, guys, I'm kind of waiting on this VLRS to see if it can get back up to this area. It's an earnings play, so it should be active all day. Just waiting to see if this is just a little pullback. I'll probably end up taking this trade in the 50s if it gets back up there. I mean, it's an all-time high, so we don't have to worry about any other sort of resistance. Oh, I wish I'd been following this one with you guys. GX. Yeah, man, oh man, what a pound down. Yes. The RGC just resumed. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Yeah, there's always usually a reason, William. And that'll be a good one. Okay, guys, I mean, the F-Gen, I'm out of it completely now, of course, but the F-Gen is now starting to bounce somewhat. This could turn into a nice little bounce play. I mean, it might turn into a bounce play. Maybe if it gets over 14, but the news is so negative. So kind of holding out on this VLRS, guys. I'd like to see more volume, of course, but you know, I mean, it's got things going for it. Abnormal option activity. It's an earnings play, so it should still be active all day. And of course, it's a lifetime high. Well, here is a lifetime high, so we don't have to worry about any sort of chart resistance. And it's only two from the option scanner today. I don't know how easy. I don't know where you could have got the GX. I mean, the trigger was at 1135. It got up to, wow. I mean, it did get up to 1261. Don't know where you could have got it because it moved so quickly. All right, guys. Not getting too many new alerts. How did that Indy do? I know it was over 9 the last time I looked at it. Wow, what a great alert, guys. Seriously, 888. 888 right there, basically straight up on the 15-minute chart, 888. Finally, a red candle in the 2-minute, but what a great alert on a percentage basis, 888 until it pulled back on the 15 a little bit, up to 951. All right, guys, I'm just going to check some emails right now. All right, so what I'm going to do right now is just put this link in regarding our test drive, okay? Now this is the general link. I'll explain what I'm talking about right here. It might be RGC. You know, we won't know until it opens, of course. But okay, so I put in what's called the test drive link. So when you click on it, this is what you're going to see. First name, email. Okay, so when you fill that up and sign up. Okay, so what this is all about is we're having a test drive that starts on August the 9th, running to August the 20th. That's 10 trading days for $11.11. Don't ask. You'll have access to our full premium service for those 10 trading days. All right. So by filling this out, all you're doing is you'll just get an email saying, okay, this is yes, this test drive will start on the 9th. And here's how you can take part in it if you want. Okay, so you're not signing up for it. You're just getting an alert, an email that says, okay, here are the details. All right, so you won't miss it. Let's see, none for me at Interactive Brokers. None for me. How did that GLG end up doing? Did it come right back down? Yeah, that's what I thought. But great run. I mean, 15 minutes. I mean, that's a great run from $1.04 all the way up to $1.40. So I would say, you know, definitely two winners here. Indy and how the AEHR do. 355, and it got up to you know what? Three winners really from the watch list. I mean, they're not necessarily all day holds, of course, but yeah, I'm interested in the IC, but we've seen this happen too many times. So I mean, well, great chart. I mean, it's an all-time high. Not well. This is the all-time high, I guess, yesterday, up here at 1027-ish or so. But we've seen this many times. I'd say the volume is pretty good. I mean, it's a million shares, 1.3 times normal, so it's not like it's putrid, but all right. Well, the VLRS is. I'm just going to stick my alert, see if it comes back later on in the day. But this is, you know, it's starting to pull back quite a bit here. So I got my alert set at 2352. So it's a little disappointing. I thought maybe once it hit up here that it would just sort of base a bit and just keep having a bit of a run. Okay, so this one just opened for sure. TCRX 6.3 million at 15. Wow, this is not no excitement in this one at all. None. I mean, you know, the IPO price was 15 and it opened here. All right, guys, I'm just watching a couple things here. Yeah, I mean that's pretty brutal. I mean, to be honest, I mean to have that sort of an open so far. You know, $15, 6.3. So there's not a lot in the float, and $15 or issued anyway. $15. I mean that's pretty brutal. On paper, it's perfect. Yes. All right, guys. So I will be taking a break at around noon, and I'll put the YouTube link in. So if you guys want to, you know what? I'll wait. I'll wait to do it a little closer to when I take my break. Oh, exactly, William. I mean, you know, no excitement, zero excitement. We all know. I mean, at 15, you know, that should. I mean, if there was excitement, that probably should have opened in the 20s with that number of shares that were issued. So there's no excitement whatsoever yet. Oh, look, guys, Indy's right back up. What sort of resistance does this have? Next high looking left is 965, so that could be it. But this is right back up. You know what? It's a pleasure to see a company that just says, you know what? Well, we provide semiconductor and software solutions. Case closed. You know, most of these guys, they just run on and on and on what they do. That's what they do. Case closed. Yeah, I'm reluctant to. I'll put it up, but TPST is a super dangerous one. I mean, good volume. I mean, the volume came in. There's no question. The volume came in, and it's a very low float. I mean, yes, the relative volume right now, but that's because, you know, it wasn't trading very much at the beginning, but the volume did come in. Just got to be careful. 5 million in that float. I don't know what you meant by that one, Zach. Just like ride. You mean like a brief profile? Actually, that must mean you can still hear me. Actually, what am I saying? CTK, guys. CTK could be interesting. Yeah, forget it. Too much resistance right around here, 219. It's just showing up on a momentum scanner, but there's too much resistance around 219, I think. Yeah, grub is something we looked at yesterday, and I don't know what happened here. I honestly don't. I don't know if this, I really don't know. I kept thinking that, okay, that's 614.21, and then I looked here, I thought maybe, but that is the next day, so I don't know. Well, we saw this one yesterday because it had gapped down yesterday from here. So I really don't know. I don't know what the story is from this drop. Here's another IPO, BRDG, 19 million at 15. Let's see if this is a little more exciting. Nope. So far the IPOs have just kind of fizzled out. So a big float turnover for this, 51 million. This being SXTC, 51 million, 13 million in the float. So it's turned the float over 3.8 times. Yeah, that is a big ouch. I'm looking right there. So now the distance from the exit price is 27 cents. So that's what you'd want to see if, wow, somebody didn't want it. So the China education stocks, TAL, EDU, Got You, they're all moving down here. Yeah, pretty good base here, 1065. I'm sure you would not want to see it get down below 1050. So again, is this really an IPO or some kind of weirdness that we're seeing that it's not defined as an IPO? No, it is an IPO. I can't believe I missed it. Well, this weekend I'll do a better job. Oh no, it did pop up. Okay, I thought you meant it just okay. It's been out for 30 minutes. Okay, phew. No, I didn't. I was busy doing something else, so unfortunately I couldn't. Okay, so Dollar Dawn, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Lack of cursor focus on the new version. I don't know what you mean. You talking about like my pointer, my mouse pointer that I've got? I don't know what you mean. You're going to have to give me a little better, more of an explanation about lack of cursor focus, and yet you've never found it good, so I don't know what you mean. Yeah, I'm just looking to see also if there was some news on a financing. That typically is what you might see, with a drop like that. I mean, that's a terrible drop. I mean, that's just terrible. Yeah, I don't know what he means. I don't know if you can hear me. Dollar Don, can you hear me? I just don't know what he means. Talk about a whippy one. Look at HUDI. Was watching. This was one that was very whippy yesterday. Look at this. Got up to 672. It closed down here at 550. Had a pop right up here. Look at this drop, and then moving right back up. Whew. Some crazy moves, guys. So Dollar Don, I don't. Can you hear me? No idea what you mean. How's that? There's no fix. There's nothing. Pretty good one, botmatized. Not bad. Well, look at this TRQ, guys. Just look what it's doing. 1393 is the 200-day moving average. It's sitting right on top of it. Will it hold and bounce off? I mean, that's the rhetorical question. All right, guys, I'm going to put the YouTube link in here. I'll be taking my break pretty soon. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up in our YouTube room. So I'll put the YouTube link in here. You want to head over there? That's when I take my break, of course. Yeah, so dollar down, I don't know what you mean, to be honest. I mean, in terms of the lack of cursor focus, I just don't know what you mean by that. There's no fix to it. There's nothing to do. I just don't know what you mean by lack of cursor focus. So, Gordon, I'm not sure. I mean, if you can find the column, just right click columns and then whatever you're trying to find here, total price value. I mean, if it's there, you just have to find it. If we don't have it, we don't have it. Here are all the columns that we have. So if you don't see it there, then we don't have it. I don't know. Total price value of a position, that might be it. Yeah, the exposure. Sorry, I'm trying to help somebody here before I take my break. Okay, Dollar Don, I'll be taking my break pretty soon. I really don't know what you mean about a lack of cursor focus. I just don't know what you mean. Are you using the web-based version? If you're using the web-based version, then I really don't know. If you're using the app, I just don't know what you mean by lack of cursor focus. All right, going to keep an eye on this VLRS as it's kind of basing here and see if it gets any sort of a volume push up again. Okay, so I just clicked on Indy. I think I know what you mean. I have seen that happen to me in the pre-market only. I think I know what you mean. I haven't noticed it once the market opens, though. I think I do know what you mean, and I don't know what the explanation is. But once the market opens, I haven't noticed that. You know, when I click on AHR, it's not jumping down to this one or going up to this one. But you might want to go to our homepage and ask the question. I have no explanation. I think I do know what you mean, though, but it only seems to happen to me in the pre-market every now and then. It will happen if I click, okay, very rapidly. But when the market opens, it doesn't seem to happen to me at all. But you can head out to the or go to our homepage and ask the question. I'll give you our homepage link and see if there's any sort of explanation. Yeah, I mean, there's no fix for it, you know. I mean, but you can go to the homepage and say this is what's happening. They may not understand, though. They understand in that because, you know, unless they're using the program like we are, you know, madly clicking on symbols all day long. But I have not noticed it happen once the market opens. Okay, Gordon, good to hear. All right, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in here. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. All right, here now this one I can't believe it's going to do very much, but let's take a look. STVN 40 million at $21. Yeah, boy, these are not exciting IPOs, guys. I do know what you mean. You know,
Hello traders, let me know when you can see my screen, hear me. Testing 1 2, can you guys hear me? There we go. Hey everybody. Hi Aja, hi Iris, Johnny Trades, Michael, Kev, a lot of repeat people in here. Love to see it. Great. Glad you guys could hear me and you can see my screen, hopefully. Welcome to the Friday support webinar. My name is Andy for some of you people who may be new in here for the first time. This is a webinar. We basically take over Barry's live stream for about an hour, and you guys can come in and ask questions about anything. You know, we designed it for you guys to come in and ask questions about the software, but if we obviously don't have any questions about the software, we can talk stocks too. Love doing that. So that's great. Glad you can hear me, Iris. While we're waiting for some questions, talk a little bit about the market. It's been having a hard time the last 4 days putting in some upward movement. You can denote it by the red candles we've seen here in the spiders. Tried to gap up today, closed the gap and went lower. See if it can dig in like it normally does and at least close above that 10-period moving average. Andy, a scan to make money, please. Well, Iris, here's the problem. You know, when you've been doing this as long as I have, you've built a lot of scans, and then it's hard to just keep finding new stuff, man. It really is. It's just you know, something will come to my brain every now and then, but just to do it on the fly, it's hard to do. You can't. Now, if you tell me what you're looking for, we can always try to kind of back into it, but sometimes it takes time. But anyway, I don't have anything fresh right now. In my Thursday webinar, basically, I'm sure if you've been in Barry's room, you're well aware of his strong option volume one that he uses, so that's nothing new there for you. If you haven't been to the, let's just pull it up. I think this is a good thing to talk about while we're in here. Let me make sure I don't have a question. Johnny, yeah, if you only have access to the web version, you're missing the ability. Obviously, it does not have Brokerage Plus in it right now, so you're missing the ability to, paper trade if you wanted to hook up to IB or E-Trade and trade that way. If you're just basically using the standard features, I mean, the web version is fine as far as all the alerts go. The top lists are going to have the same functionality as far as the windows go. I will say this, the app is just more intuitive. It really is. I kind of like, even though I'm warming up to these docking windows. They're really great. I do like having the option if you want to have some free floating windows, which this gives you to put on any monitor. You're not going to find that on the web version. You're going to have a container window contained inside your browser. So it just ease and the functionality, and like I said, the intuitiveness. It's just the web version is just behind. I always encourage people that are on a Mac to. I know a lot of Mac users don't like using parallels, but I have done many a one-on-one with people using them, and it does work. It does work really well on parallels. So we've been talking, and I brought the idea in the marketing meeting recently about maybe getting you guys like on AWS or I think Microsoft maybe having a new product out where you could basically have Windows on demand through them. So we're trying to work out a remedy for you guys who are on Macs, and hopefully we'll have something soon, because I really believe the Mac version is still a ways away. We got so many things we're working on. But anyway, let me see. Let me move on to the next question. I hope that answered you, Johnny. How can I display the previous day's high and low and the previous and the pre-market high and low in the single stock window? Let's see. I don't know if you're not gonna be able. We may be able to show the previous day's high and low, since we do have. Let me just pull up a window here. It's always a way to figure out what we have. So if you go in here and you put, you can do previous, I believe, and it does have, let me do yesterday real quick. See if we got anything else. You know what? I may have to previous day, change in previous day. We have position and day to the previous day's range. We may have those data points, Michael. I'm going to have to ask you, though. I don't know if we can do a custom for you. I just don't know. I'm thinking no, but there may be a way to do it. So if you'll send an email, if you're basically just drop that same question into an email form and send it to info@trade-ideas.com. I'm not great with custom formulas, so I don't want to tell you that we can't do it and we'd be able to. So just send an email in, and we'll send that over to Michael or Chris, some of the guys who are better with custom formulas, and see if they can create something for you to get that data point on a single stock window. I just don't know. I know we can't, compare intraday candles to each other, but we do have some data points for yesterday, or the previous trading day. So there may be something we can work out for you there. Best stocks to share. I'm not sure what you mean there, Iris. Best stocks to share. See, I saw a question here. Just to see. Oh, Handy Girl says, which platform is this? This is Trade Ideas, Handy Girl. Okay, if you're new to this, maybe you just came into the YouTube page. This is Trade Ideas. We are an idea generation software. Probably, I'm not going to say probably. I've been using it since inception. I was one of the very first users. It's it's the best real-time alerting software there is. There's a lot of good scanners out there, but scanning and real-time alerts are two different things, and no one can compare to Trade Ideas as far as giving you real-time alerts, creating your own windows, and being alerted in real time, versus just a scan that just looks for parameters and points you out things. Nothing wrong with that, but some people like the real-time, action. Okay, Johnny, I'm glad you got that sound worked out. That Mike C, the mega trading legend. Oof. Not doing much lately. Yeah, I'm not doing. I'm just not crazy about this market right now. This time of year, being a swing trader now after many years of active day trading. I'm just not liking it. Not liking what I'm seeing. You definitely have some bifurcation going on lately. Weakness in the IWM. I haven't looked today. It's up a little, but still, that daily chart tells you a lot. But going into earnings season, could be some things happening here in the next few weeks as the earnings heat up. Excuse me, I've been standing up for a while. I got to lower the old desk here. All right, let me take a look at that AGEN there for you, Aja. Yeah, definitely strong. Strong stock. I'll see what you're looking at. Lifetime. This must be. Nah, I'm not sure. Position in lifetime range. See, I still got it right around the midpoint. So let me put it on the monthly real quick and see if we can get a better time frame on it there. Yeah, you're still a ways away. It's going to have to go to the looks like the $10 range. Right above the $10 range is a lifetime high. But I see what you're looking at above the $6. That could be nothing, not a whole lot there. Maybe to keep it going into the mid $7 range. Looks like it's a biotech. Definitely relative strength, no doubt about that on the chart there. Let's see, making sure I don't miss anything here. All right. Looks like I'm all caught up. Market is trying to get a bounce. Let's pull up the old doc. I was going to do this just a minute ago. I think I may have one up. Let me check. Got to be careful pulling up those docs. Okay, if you have one up, like if you want to check out the channel bar docking, you can launch a new channel bar, and then you can kind of navigate inside this channel bar. You want to be careful of bringing up a whole bunch of docs, guys. I mean, obviously, there's still data that's being transferred when you have all these docs opened up. So you just want to be careful how much you're opening. It's easy to forget. But as I talked about yesterday, in case you missed the webinar, this is probably the next 6 weeks is a good time to maybe have the earnings, if I can find it. There it is. the earnings dock up. That's an ugly move right there in that one. Sitting there holding up. Seeing a lot of action like this lately. Not a whole lot of earnings yesterday, so this thing will definitely heat up as the weeks progress over the next 6 weeks. So you might want to keep an eye on that. It's a really clean looking earnings where you can see the stocks up most after earnings and the most down, and then you got a high-low ticker here, which is kind of nice. Now, CTOS, this is exactly what I'm talking about, and this is why I'm including stocks in this up after earnings. That if you look at CTOS here, it actually had earnings yesterday morning. Okay, you can see down here in the earnings date. Let me pull up the Epic Pen, show you what I'm talking about. Keep an eye on this because I'm seeing more and more of this lately. In other words, if you don't get your movement after earnings, you can see this came out yesterday pre-market. Okay, and look at the action in CTOS yesterday. Just ugly. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Pretty much trended down all day, got a little bump there at the close, and now look at it today. I mean, it's hitting highs. It took out yesterday's high pretty quickly this morning on the gap up. So keep an eye on this because I don't know if it's just gamemanship. More than likely it is, but look at that sell-off yesterday, and then today it just totally reversed that and hitting highs now. So I've included those dates in the earning dates, so you're going to get basically 2 days worth of action. If you only like to see stocks that reported yesterday after the close or this morning, you could always come in here and reconfigure it for yourself and save it on in your cloud as a different doc. You could do that as well. But getting back to the point, I know how slow it can be this time of year, so you might want to keep an eye on earnings. And then, of course, Barry's option window could really heat up during earnings season as well. But yeah, that's crazy. Used to be you wouldn't see this, man. Most of the action or direction would be determined, the day after or the next trading after the earnings. But CTOS is a great example of, boy, if you were in that yesterday, you probably got stopped out, and today it just reverses and up almost 4%. Oh man, let's see here. What is going on? Slow. Well, I'm not sure what this stock is doing. Look at that daily. Good Lord. We obviously had news last night or this morning. Nice looking chart there. See how this still working there. Interesting short there for Holly. Separation from the 8. It's a strategy that's probably only been out for a few months. Kind of a contrarian play. You can see the move there. There's a short, about $2.50 in the money now, and looks like it may decide to even roll over and go lower. We'll see. Not much happening in this long. Not much happening in this short. And not much happening there either, really. Just not much going on there. Utilities having a good couple of days there. Boy, these these yields are still going lower. These as the bonds go higher. Kind of signaling that market does not believe the Fed has the guts to raise rates or taper. I had to tell Steve I'm doing a web. He's over there chatting to me like I got nothing to do. Oh, that's what I was going to do. I was going to show you, especially maybe Iris. Let's see that. Let's do it this way. Go into swing trading because I've totally redid the swing trading alert channel, I should say. Gosh, if you just did all these things, you'd think I'd remember where they are. Did it make it in there? I think they changed the symbol on me. Yeah, I'm gonna have to ask about that. Am I missing it? Let me see what the symbol is. Because I know I got it. Hold on just a minute. Let me just load up another doc here. Make sure that I'm not... let me just load it from my cloud. There it is. I gotta check on that. Do you guys not have a swing channel in your channel bar? Because this is it, and I just gotta make sure it didn't make it in there, I don't think. Now let me know if you don't have one. Because it's not showing up. Usually it would be on my, it would say on, you know, have the channel up here. Like if I click on Omni, it's going to show me the Omni, but I'm not seeing it on my swing. So I got to figure out why that one didn't make it in there on the upload there. Let me ask the guys. All right, he may be taking a break. Anyway, let me show you. Let me just pull up the alert since you guys may not even have access to it. And it's the squeeze brake. Make sure this did have a custom formula in it, but actually I took it out because it works actually, I think, better without the custom formula. And yes, I'm not seeing a custom in this one, so that's good. So basically, here's the alert. It's a cross daily high resistance. I'm seeing some good stuff come through here lately. This can be used as a day trading as well, but I think it's better designed for the swing trading. Looking for stocks that have done at least 250,000 shares on the day. Price between $2 and $250. There's your good old EPS hack to make sure ETFs do not get through. Bollinger position in Bollinger Bands, it needs to be a minimum of 80%. As far as the Bollinger Bands goes. Short float is 10%. Change in 5 days has to be up at least something. The minimum 0, so it can be up 0.01%. That's fine. Just has to be up over the last 5 days. And let's take a look at today. We've only had 2 trades to come through. And looks like that one was real early in the morning, which I probably wouldn't pay any attention to. Let's see what this card is doing. Not bad. It's basically hanging out pretty much at the same price. But it is a Friday. But anyway, there were some really good ones coming out of here a couple of days ago. I can't remember if it was yesterday. Let's see what yesterday. Looks like this one was the only one yesterday. And there you have it. There's your signal, kind of breaking out of a range there, and some continuation today on Smuckers. So anyway, if you do not have this, I'm going to go ahead and share it for you. For some people, it just wants, if you are a swing trader or even maybe a day trader, it can work either way. But it should be in our swing channel, which I'm not seeing in there, so I got to hit up Brad and see why that one is not in there. But I'm going to drop it into the chat for you guys. It's a cool little alert there. I think Michael built that. Give credit where credit is due. You're welcome, Mike C. Yeah, hopefully we'll get that. We'll definitely get. I'll have that in there next week. We definitely have to have that swing channel. It's a good one. I replaced the old one. It's got some really some good alerts in there. But let me see if I see it in the regular channel. I'm seeing some more in here. Yeah, see, swing ideas. There it is. Not sure why it's not in the docking set, so it's under the trader's vault, short squeeze. Yep. Not seeing it. Iris, it should be in the Swing Ideas channel, but I don't know that you have it. It's not going to be in the old one, I don't think. Let me go ahead and click on it and see. No, see, this is the old one. Okay, so all the new stuff that I built, okay, is in the docking channels. So yeah, it's not going to be in the old one. You have to go to the docking channel bar. So yeah, I'm not sure why it's not in there, but I promise you, it'll be in there next week. See how this neg is doing? Yeah, neg looks like it's maybe wanting to bleed off more. But yeah, thank you there, Alex. I mean, Iris. It will definitely be in the new channel bar. And that's another thing I have to. We have to decide what we're going to do. I don't know if it's a good idea to have. A channel bar open in your default layout if it's only going to be the docking channels that have been redone for you. I mean, that are in a much better format, better alerts, I think, and columns, and there's just so much. The docking channel bar is so much better than the older one. So I don't know if it's a good idea to have the older one in your default layout if that's not the one you want to pull up anyway. So I'll make a note to talk about that in the webinar. I mean, our meetings. Take a look at the sectors. I need to fix this. My thing opens up too big. Let me make sure I do this and save it. Yeah, David, you can still find it in the old channel bar. So good question. The problem with the docking now that we've is there so many windows in the Traders Vault, okay, that and with all the columns that are in each one of those windows, it's just almost impossible. It's just going to be a ugly mess if I try to put all those thumbnail size windows inside the Traders Vault into a docking window. So I'm still scratching my head on what I'm going to do with something like that. Maybe maybe I can break them out into other channels. I haven't decided. I've toyed around with the idea, of making a channel like my favorite and Steve's favorites and all the traders here. But then I got thinking that's going to be a lot of channels. You add 6 more channels in there just to put our favorite, windows. But yeah, I'm not sure what I'm going to do. But you still have access. So I don't know what the plan is for the old channel bar. I know one thing. We are going to remove some of these from the docking. We want to minimize the number of channels. We just have way too many of them. But we want to also still give you access to those people who have used the channels that we're thinking about eliminating. So we were talking about having some sort of repository so you guys can still have access to it. I just don't know how it's going to be formatted. But maybe the Traders Vault will be in that repository, so you guys can always have access to it. But it's going to be difficult to put that one into a docking window because there's just so many alerts. I'll give it a shot. I'll see what I can do. Maybe I can just really reduce the number of columns, but I'm not sure I want to, do that either. Reduce it down to like 4 columns because there's some important, columns in there as well. Hold on, I'm just answering Michael about that swing. He got back to me on that swing. I'll let him know that I'll send it back over. All right, got some other questions here coming up. DTSS. Nice. Okay, good trading. Obviously, I don't know. What did you make it on the long side or short side on that DT? Or maybe you shorted it back on these other days. Okay, you bought more. Anyway, MB, yeah. Well, regardless of, I can't follow the like when you were buying and selling, looking at that chart, unless you bought the pullback there this morning, which would have been a nice little trade. But then you said bought more shares for a second. Okay, okay, looking for a move back to highs here. Okay, well, good job. Yeah, David, and you're right. A lot of people, like having access, to all those windows in there, and it's easy for us too. When somebody comes asking for a window, we can just point them to the Traders Vault, and they can quickly go over there and access it. So we definitely want to have it somewhere. That's true. I'm going to go ahead, since it's kind of slow in here, I'm going to go ahead and do that right now. You guys can see the magic of making these channels. All right, so I have to go back to my cloud. Put in swing.
Wow.
Oh, I just heard Barry's option thing go off. GKOS. All right, let me make sure it does not have the custom. And this one does, so I got to take out this custom. All right, got to pull up our back office here real quick. Channel bar and swing. Let me just do this over here so I'm not messing with the...
Wow.
Okay, now I'm not seeing something's wrong. I'm not seeing it on this page either. telling these guys. Yep, I can't make it if it's not on that page. So somehow that got taken out. I'm not sure how. Oh well. I have to get on that after I get out of here because needs to be some work done. Take a look at the markets real quick. Spies could not make it back above, at this point, back above their 10-period moving average. And Qs, same thing so far. IWM, see if they're still showing maybe some relative strength. Nope, they're actually starting to roll over and just went negative. So let's check out Barry's couple of options that just came through. GKOS. Nice little volume bar, but boy, I don't know. I don't like things right after a gap down like that. And unit, that's a little bit different there. Some nice volume today, almost 4 relative volume, and gets above this level. Could be possibly, you know, attacking that 1150 level to see. Poking through highs right now, kind of a range breakout there. Okay, Michael said he added. Let me refresh that page and see what happens. Okay, if he did that, let me see maybe if, let me pull up another docking and see if it's actually in there now. Let's see if it's working. There we go. Swing ideas. Perfect. All right. But I may have to redo it though, because I bet you he still has that. Darn. Okay, yeah, I'll redo this later. Sorry, guys. I gotta take care of this while I can. Let's see. All right. Hiya, Siri. All right. If the custom is necessary, why don't incorporate some custom formulas into the channel bar or the scan automatically? It's not. Well, first of all, it's not, and we're kind of getting into that area where we're able to do those customs and add them basically in our back office, so you would have access to it. So that will be more available in the future. It just right now we're just not quite at that point, Asiri. So in some cases it like we got symbol list to work. So in other words, if we create a symbol list and you access that window, it's going to automatically populate that symbol list for you, even though you might not have it in your own symbol list. List. But right now, as far as custom formulas go, I think yeah, we're still a ways off for that, because you actually would have to have the custom formula, uploaded to your back office in your account management. So it's a little more trickier than the symbol list. And when it comes to custom formulas, it's like I said, it's just not my strong suit. Yeah, I appreciate it. No, it's a good idea. That's kind of what we think, how we think around here too. Yes, yes. Oh, I'm sitting here trying to talk to Barry. All right. Yeah, I totally. We do trust me. We would love to be able to do that. It actually what normally has to happen. It's like I worked with Michael in creating, and this was like a very, very long. Of course, Dave may have helped too, but this score, that was a very, very long custom formula. Uh, so we either had to like share it and like add it to your account management, your back office, or what has to happen is we have to turn it into a regular filter at this point, by making it a regular filter. And it's just tough to do, especially when you have all these people asking about custom formulas all the time and us creating them, and it's a lot to do. So yeah, it'd be nice if somehow we could that could just be added without all the making a new filter and all that. So like I said, that's beyond my realm. Maybe talk to Barry about it more, but it beyond my scope, I should say. In the AI, let's take a look. That was not my alert, so let me just pull it up and take a look real quick. Let's see. New docked channel bar. Swing. AI. Now, yeah, I believe this one was in our last one as well. AI resistance cross. Let me configure. And a lot of stuff going on in here. We can hide unused and see what's going on. Okay, looks like. Oh gosh, this has a custom. Now I thought we had this filter to it as well. U12. Well, may have pointed out something else. Regression. Now I know this worked in the older version. Let me test it real quick. No, there's stuff coming through. It may just be that alert is not working. Let me see if yesterday squeeze break. Yeah, squeeze break's working as well. So I think that custom. I mean, since even though it has a value in it, you know, I think it still works. It just ignores that custom filter since you don't have it. I think that's probably just kind of a clever name, Asiri, this AI enhanced resistance cross, probably with just all of our formulas, and it's probably the custom formula that had something a little bit to do with it. Lot of stuff going on in there, but I have noticed that it's a pretty good alert. Let's take a look. Take a look and see what came through today. This one. XP. EDR. It's a nice one right there. A little alert. I'm seeing some sort of kind of a range breakout. There's a lot of crossing. You can see in the description there. There's a lot of crossing resistance. Looks like it's the main alert. Yeah, it's the only alert, I should say. It's not mine, so I'm not going to try to tell you a lot about. That looks actually pretty good right there, catching that 10 period. So yeah, it's another crossing, much like the same type of alert that you're seeing here in the squeeze break, crossing resistance. Yeah, but I think the AI enhanced resistance cross, probably just a little clever name they gave it back when they had the Shannon filter in it and all that. Revenue growth fishing. That's kind of one of the ones I like. haven't been seeing a whole lot of good stuff coming. It actually doesn't look that bad, but I don't like the gap down lately. But it's one where I've caught some really good trades since I created this thing a few years ago. So I threw that in there. A lot of people know that I kind of like that one. Just looking for opportunity. Stocks turning around on a 3-month time frame that shows good revenue growth. And this daily pullback above bar reversal is one of my favorite. Let's see, APLS, and there you have it. It's above its 50-day moving average, and you've had a pullback, on the 5-day time frame. That doesn't mean it can't be a 10-day time frame as well, as long as it's pulling back on the 5-day time frame, and now you're having a bar reversal. I just gave it a little different name so people would understand it. Instead of pull back above 50 SMA Pro, that's what I gave it like 5 years ago when I made it. But just a daily pullback bar reversal, I think, kind of explains it better when you're looking at the channels and looking at the. So anyway, I think this is a really good swing trading layout. All right, got about 5 minutes to go. It is a summer Friday. Things are really getting slow, even in the market as we speak. Trying to dig into its 10-period, 15-minute SMA and try to make another push higher. We'll see what happens, but man, it's really dying out. Although the relative volume in the SPYs today, not seeing a whole lot right now, but it's not. It's not real. It's actually up on the day. So we'll see what happens. Not really seeing it on the chart, so I'm not sure. Maybe that's selling in the morning. But anyway, it did. The relative volume does say it's 1.58, so that's not anemic. Yeah, when your alerts start to fall asleep, it may be telling you, hey, back away. No use trying to make something out of this. Not a whole lot going on. It's funny that Barry's little option scanner picked up that GKOS on volume earlier, but Holly had called this early this morning at 9:45 Central Time. So, interesting. Oh, you're welcome, Mike C. You're welcome. Remember how that KRE was leading the charge yesterday, even though the daily looked like crap now, and today it's just basically giving up all its gains. It's seeing a lot of slop lately. I tell you, if the big boys aren't pulling the train lately, it's been really hard to get any momentum at all. There's Google trying to go back to highs. Maybe they've seen enough. I feel like they have to kick it in gear here before the market rolls over. Yep, David. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. A lot of my strategies aren't. They just aren't. I haven't found any in the ones I typically play. Yeah, even in these reversal moves, this pullback above 50 SMA Pro, I just don't trust them anymore. I mean, like this APLS, even though it's below its 10 and 20 there, it's had a nice pullback, a bottoming tail, and a reversal. I used to trust these. Right now in this market, I don't. There's very little that I'm trusting, and that's why it's nothing wrong with sitting in cash. I actually have some SPXS. I'm kind of short the market right now, but nothing big, just in case. I always like to do it just in case I can pick that top, man. But anyway, guys, I got to run, and Barry's going to be coming back in. And thank you, guys. You have a great weekend. I'm going to let Barry know. And, hey, I'll see you guys next week. All right, looks like he's starting up, guys. So once again, have a great weekend and enjoy the summer. And I'll see you guys next week. You too, Michael. Thanks.
So yeah, look at Jets, guys. I mean, this is look pretty good for a while. Airline ETF looked pretty good for a while, but last couple of months. You see and hear me? Okay, thank you. CMBB, or sorry, CMMB. Let me take a look at this one, see if it has any more drift. CMMB. Some of these moves are just nonsensical. I mean, look at this pre-market move, right up to almost 24, all the way back down here. No news, just, you know, whatever. All right, guys, I have had not one new alert for about, well, just when I went on my break. I guess there was one at 12:30, 12:37 for unit, but it hasn't moved. This is from the option scan. Yeah, I've backed completely off this CTK. This CTK. I did not like all that resistance up here. You know, the one I'm going to watch on the weekend, on Monday probably, is going to be this VLRS. A little disappointed in what's happened. I really wanted to take this one up here. Earnings play, VLRS. You know, I'm going to call it in the airline sector. I mean, look, I mean, it's been phenomenal. It's on an airline, but it just didn't do it. It just, you know, what up here was an all-time high. So there's no resistance. It's an earnings play. So, but it's just drifting down. But I'll tell you, on Monday, in fact, that's why I'm going to leave this alert in here around 23:51 and just see if it takes it out. All right, well, it was a nice ride for the TRQ while I had it. Now it's starting to pop again a little bit, so I'm out. All right, well, let's take a look at eras. Was that one of the ones that I had at least listed here? Yes, 14. Okay. All right. At least, you know, 17.5 million, 14. So it's at least it's above the IPO price. So there's a little more enthusiasm for this one. We have JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, and Guggenheim are the main financial groups behind. Where are you out of? Puerto Rico. Okay, that's at, yeah, that's at that company. Okay, so what's the high looking left on the monthly? That's what it did. Got to the high this month. Well, maybe a little bit less. 582, and the high looking left is no, around the same, 599. So that's the area, scam or no scam, that it has to crack before it can really maybe start to challenge that 780 level. Is that what it was, Mr. Stock Daddy? Okay. Woo, guys, it's getting a little deadly here. Not too many, hardly any new alerts. Whoa, is this an IPO? This IPO? Wow, what a terrible IPO. Look, I mean, look at this, guys. Maybe somebody can point me to an IPO that's done well over the last 4 months. You know, this is what I'm not saying they're all looking like this, but man, have not seen anything that I can remember. You know, that would say, for instance, have four big green candles in a row on the monthly chart. I'm sure there's something out there. Somebody's going to find one for me, but you know, just see more things like looking like this. Yeah, okay, let's see what happens tomorrow. Well, not tomorrow. Let's see what happens on Monday or for the balance of the month. But you're right, at least it's above the IPO price. I'll give you that. All right, so what I'll do, I'll stick an alert at 1724. That's not the 2-hour high, but we'll see what happens there later on in the day. Maybe, just maybe, takes that out, has a bit of a run. Well, it just took it out. But that's not the 2-hour high. So, okay, I'll give you this. It is not bad. Yours is not bad. What do they do? All right, this is what they do. We are a, well, heck of a mission to erase cancer. All right. And as I say, we have some big names behind it. It's a heck of a mission statement, guys. I mean, really, never seen that before. I'm not saying it's not, and nobody else has done something like that, but that's quite the mission statement. Maybe that's what's getting this thing juiced. Yeah, I mean, we see that a lot anyway, even. You know, stocks getting smashed, but I mean, probably a little more today, yes. But the market's down. That's one reason. All right, Mr. Stock Daddy, it is absolutely you're able to do that. So you can hear me and can you see what I'm going to do? Really simple. You're going to go, Okay, so this is what I do. So here's my price alerts window. So you minimize it. That's all you do. You just minimize it, and what you do is you sort on the triggered time column. So, and that's it. Okay, so when you get an alert, let me put an alert here. Probably going to pick something that, well, see what, okay, had I minimized this, let's put the alert again. I'll put the alert again. See what happens? It pops right up on your screen. So all you have to do is minimize it. Okay? I know, super simple. And just again, if you sort on the triggered column, you'll see it right at the top here. Real taught me that, I don't know how many months ago. Because I used to always have my price alerts window up and running. I don't know really why, but I used to have it up and running. But this is way better. And put a sound alert on it. So if you're like me, sometimes, I don't know if you have a headset on or listen to music or whatever you're doing, but I wander away from my computer every now and then. So I put a sound alert on it also. Booyah, that's my sound alert. So I know when I hear that, I know it's a price alert if I happen to be away from my computer. Yeah, so I can't give any advice like that, obviously, okay? The only thing I've ever said about it is that you've got to be very careful with it. Okay, I mean, the good thing, the only good thing you can right here is that it's basing incredibly well, and the spread isn't terrible. So I mean, I guess if you got a volume pop through here, you've got a base where you could put your stop. Depending where you got it. I'm not saying you should do it, but I wouldn't take this at all unless you got a volume pop. I mean, look at the volume. It's just tapered completely off. So even though the volume looks good, but most of it, probably almost not quite half of that is right here. Other than that, it's just completely tapered off. But this has a history of doing stuff like this. I mean, you just go back to yesterday, what it did. Same thing. Big pop, drop. Today, big pop, drop. So instead of having to stare at it, I mean, if you're bound and determined that you had to do this, you might want to put an alert, I don't know, 1091 or so. Because if you're going to get into this, you're not getting into it for 20 or 30 cents. At least I don't think you should be. It could be a multi-day run, a multi-dollar runner. So if it took that out on volume, yeah, it has a chance to get in here. I just think it's simpler just to minimize it though. I don't like that. I don't like the action. I don't like the show alert window in the alerts. Okay, well there. Okay, just as I put it in there it goes. Okay, and on some volume. I'm not saying to take the trade. Now you can sort of see the volume on the 2-minute chart. You don't see really anything on the 5. Maybe just a little smidge here. Now the reason I don't like that show alert option, it's okay if it's an alert window that doesn't give you too many alerts, I suppose. But it can lead into really crazy stuff happening and not being able to type. If you can believe, even outside of trade ideas. I didn't even realize that, years and years ago. I think I checked the option just to see what it would do, and I didn't even realize that I had checked it. And wow, look at this go now, guys. Okay, it's on the volume. But I don't know how easily you could have got this. Because what would happen is I'd be doing something outside of trade ideas. I don't know, maybe a Word document, and I'd be typing and it would stop. And that's because that show alert was popping up, popping up, popping up. and it was overriding virtually everything. It was taking over my keyboard basically. So I don't use it at all. Yeah, I don't know how many people have shorts for that SGOC. Certainly, as you know, Becca, we don't. Yeah, it takes over your keyboard. So I never use that. I never use that feature. But if you had, an alert window that gave you, I don't know, 4 or 5 alerts a day spaced over, I guess it wouldn't be the worst thing. Yeah, right. Yeah, okay, just give me a spare billion so I can fund it. Other than that, sure. Pitbull. I don't know why. It cracks me up. Okay, so you're short this GX right now. All right, so that's why you weren't in the room. Tornado in Toronto. That's not. That's an odd occurrence, obviously. You know, guys, I'd almost like to take this as a short. I'm just afraid to. VLRS, it just broke down through the 200, not the 200-day, but the whole number. My bias next week, though, is to see if this takes this high out next week at some point and just continues its run after earnings. Though, I mean, this might be it. I mean, this might be the start of a steady decline. How is the smart stop and it's a proprietary formula, Ija. Okay, I mean it takes a look at the volatility of the stock and the high and the low of the day, and then it just creates the smart stop based on that. Okay, and the profit it's it's nothing highly scientific. So it's just double whatever the stop would be. So so every time, as you know, well, maybe not as you know, but if you click on an alert, let me click on Indy as an example. Okay, so I click on Indy. So what they're suggesting is that if I got into Indy at 906, here's my stop at 868. That's how the calculation has gone. It's a proprietary formula. So the difference between 904 and 868 or 869, whatever that is, if you double that, that gets you your target. I mean, it's okay. It's just double the difference between your entry and the stop. Okay? But in essence, again, it takes into account the volatility of the stock and the high and the low, and feeds that into the system, and it spits it out. Okay? No. You cannot get that custom. Scan link for the IPO. I did not see that, no. You're talking about is this what you're talking about? 3 days down, fourth daily up, 25%? Is that what you're talking about? No, it's just a scan, right? It's not a layout at all, Burn. It's just a one scan, right? Okay. Yeah, let's just take a look. Ah, but you've got a symbol list, right? You've obviously added a symbol list in here with with the IPOs. So how many IPOs do you put in? Oops. That's why you can't share it because you have a symbol list in here. Okay, the latest 100. Okay. I mean, you can share it, but it's just the template. So you'd have to add your symbol list, call it IPO list if that's what you want, and then add the latest ones in there. Well, let me know how it works. You're going to look at it this weekend, all right? Let me know how that works. I don't know why I deleted it. Let me just. I actually do have I created an IPO. It'll be lots of old ones. Oh, I see. We actually do have a symbol. Yeah, but I don't know how. I don't know who's keeping track of it, so I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I would put a lot of faith into it. How's that? Where the heck is my? Here we go. IPOs. Now let's add some. Well, Lizzie, I don't know, real if you're just short Lizzie from the beginning of the day. Now, other than this little jog up, it's been really good. And it's gone negative. I mean, this. Okay, so now let's take a look and add some symbols into it. Yeah, these are so old. I wish there was a way I could copy them, but I don't think there is. Not in this. But I'll start adding a few. These are the latest ones, of course. So what do? You just go through your list and then start deleting? Maybe I'll start going forward. Put a few of them in, some of the last few. All right. Here we go, NRIX. Okay, what happened? Sold. Okay, thank you, Bern. Okay, thanks. Well, I can't. But Aja, you see, I'm looking at this list here, and I cannot. Actually, I wonder if I could do this. Maybe I can. Yeah, that's right. This is what I did do. All right, and then I'm going to. Whoops. Yeah, actually, I can do this. That's right. There's 50. Control copy. Now I'll go to Excel. All right, there we are. So now I can copy this. Yeah, okay. So you don't have to do that, Bern. Control copy. Hey, at least this is keeping me interested. There we go. No, Bern, it's okay. It's okay. You don't have to. I was hung up on not being able to copy the column out of my IPO calendar. I just forgot. I just copy everything and then put it in Excel and it creates the column there. So it's okay. Don't worry about it. Now this is the one that came up. NRIX. Who knows? So Kev, I'll give you this, but you have to create your symbol list, of course. I'm just going to pop this into the YouTube room, okay? But you have to create your symbol list. But you know, so you don't have to recreate everything. But this is what it's looking for. Summary. So here we go. But you have to create your own symbol list and attach it, and put the IPOs in. Make sense? Now, when would you have seen this one? NRIX. That's just for fun. When would you have seen it? And it's a top list. So why are we not seeing it now? Okay, the last 5 minutes at least 100% of normal. Okay, so that's why we're not seeing it now. But I'm wondering if you maybe want to adjust that. I might get rid of this. I just want to see what happens. You get rid of this because, you know, I don't think it has there. Okay, here's graph. Let's see what happens here. I'm going to get rid of the 5-minute burst because I don't know if that really is necessary. See, and it's only 100. I get it. It's only 100, so it's not like it's. But let's just see what happens. Now you could expand that to not just IPOs, of course. Oh, I don't know if I know better. It's just that I'm not sure it's necessary. Because all you're really looking for is a trend, all right, in my opinion. It's not that it has to have any big volume bursts necessarily. And then you might even want to turn it into an alert window, you know, just with a minimum volume. What do you have here? You know, with a minimum volume and maybe making a new high, just to see what happens. So you could keep the. In fact, let's do that just for fun. Okay, so I'm going to keep this, but I'm going to, and this is good for anybody who's looking to turn an alert window into a topless window or vice versa. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to collaborate, right click collaborate and copy. Okay, then I'm going to go into new alert window. Start from scratch. Okay. Never mind the name that it says here. And then right click collaborate and paste. Okay. I don't know why it doesn't change the name, but anyway, make sure that that happened. Yeah, now get rid of the heartbeat. Put a new high in. See, it's here. I don't know why it doesn't show. Oh, maybe it will now. There we go. Okay, so now we've turned it into an alert window. But I want to add, say, at least 100,000 shares. So it's going to be above the open. Then it's going to be within 10% of the 5-day high. Could be over that, but it's going to be at least within 10% of the 5-day high. Okay. Sugar. No more pinning. There we go. Hey, let's just see what happens. Airline's just getting hit here, guys. Look at HA, woo, through the whole number. What time is it? 1:39. Well, if this persists, guys, I may wrap the room up, a little earlier today than 3. I'm just not getting any new alerts. What do I think of Funko? Love the name. I love saying it, but I haven't seen it for a while. Used to be super active. Remember these days right here. Yeah, you know what? It's funny. It never triggered it hasn't triggered over the last little while. I don't know why. Maybe the volume is just not, relative volume has just not been good, I guess. So what do I think of it now? It looks terrible. Right now. Looks like it really, there's a last month, this month so far, half a month in. Days, it's just steady down. But I haven't seen this one. It's not appearing. The reason being is that I guess the relative volume has not been that great even on these down days. So I've not seen it. Because again, I have a filter. Usually it requires at least 3. So, only thing, if you're looking at getting this, 1610, there's a couple of lows at around 1610. A few weeks ago, in 17, so that's about $1 away, but game, toy, and children's vehicle children's vehicle manufacturing. Really? That's pop culture products, okay. Yeah, I think that's out of my demographic. At least I hope it is. Really, I don't have. Oh, that, you know what? It's probably because. Let's take a look. It's probably because it was more than 50. Because I only put the top. I only put 50 from that, not 100. Yeah, I guess I'm just not a collectible person. I have enough junk around the house. All right, guys. Well, geez, nothing. Oh my gosh. Listen, no matter what you think of the guy, that's we do not want. That's goes without saying. Look at the airlines. Oh my goodness. UA, AAL, DAL, probably JetBlue, JBLU. I'm sure I don't see one. Well, let's just take a look. Is there one that might be up for some reason? Well, again, this is in the sector, but it's not an airline. VLRS is not an airline. I'm just looking in the sector. Okay, well, I added this. I mean, you can do the same thing. I don't think the layout I'm sharing probably doesn't have this, but you can easily add it if that's what you're trying to do. All you have to do, you probably have this, right? The single stock window, right? Yeah, so all you have to do is just click on the similar and then right click and duplicate. Now, I would duplicate into free floating. I mean, I don't know if you've got, well, first of all, I don't know if you're using if you're not on the latest beta, then you don't have to worry, but just duplicate the window. And then this is what you'll see. Okay, make sense? And then go back to detail. That's what I did here. Space. What did space end up doing? It had a little pop this morning. Let's see if it. And the answer is no. Look at this. I had a little pop this morning. Got all the way up to 33 something. It's dropped almost 10% and kissing that 200-day moving average. Wow. 30.22. So it's just sitting on top of that 200-day moving average. Wow. Well, I'll tell you what, guys. If there's any interest at all, maybe I'll show you some of the things you can do with the docked windows. If there's any interest, how you can create docked windows. I mean, I think the dock channel bar is pretty self-explanatory. You know, just click on it. You need the latest beta. So if you don't have that option, dock channel bar or docked window, you need the latest beta from our website. It was just added a couple of days ago. And of course, with this now, you don't have to worry about, if you go into a channel, you don't have to worry about saving your layout ahead of time. Your layout can remain. You're interested? Okay. Even if I just wanted one person to be interested. So as long as. All right. So let me, first of all, let me see something here. Okay, I think I've got enough here. Okay. So here's what you do. Now, what we're talking about now is something like this. Give me a moment as it populates. Okay, here we go. So this is an example of what I use in the pre-market. All right. See all these windows here? This is what I use in the pre-market. So in the past, what I'd have to do, because once the market opens, I don't want these windows anymore, but I don't want to X them out of my layout. So what I have to delete, I'd have to minimize. I mean, it's not that big a deal, but I would have to go through and minimize the windows individually. So what I did was I created a docked window, and then when I don't want to see it anymore, of course, I can minimize everything at once. Okay? So, I mean, it's not 100% necessary. But, as an example, here is another version of a docked window that I've got. I've put these scans in it. So if you wanted to do something like that, this is what you do. Another thing I've got is I've got all my charts, my thumbnail charts all docked together. Makes it easy to move them around. Oh, Andrew, I have no idea. I'm not a long-term trader. Sorry. And I'll get to the doc. I'm just answering somebody. My opinion, what are good things to own for the next 10 years? Somebody else might have an idea, but that is not me. Sorry. So Carlos, if you've got the scanners on two different devices, the best thing you do, for instance, save your layout to the cloud, as an example. Save your layout to the cloud, and then on your device, your second. Let's just say, for argument's sake, this was my first device, my desktop. So I've saved everything into the cloud. Okay, everything's in the cloud. Individual scans, individual windows, individual layouts are all in the cloud. Now, if I load trade ideas on another device, all I have to do is file load from cloud, and I'll see it, and then I can just load them on the device. Okay, make sense? Now, to a certain extent, I mean, if you make a change here and you don't save the change into the cloud, I mean, you make a change here, it's not going to automatically change in your other device, because you may not want that. But what I do is if I made any changes here, I would just then save the layout to the cloud after I've made my changes, and then on my other device just load from the cloud. So everything is, well, as long as you've loaded it to the cloud. Yeah, as long as you, so again, if you listen to me really carefully here, and that's not just for you, but for anybody, if you have a layout, you make a change here, to anything in your layout, save it to the cloud, and then you can go to your other device and load it from the cloud. So those changes will, because it's in the cloud, the changes will appear on your second device. Okay? But if you're asking me if I make a change here, does it automatically make the change on the other device? No. You might not want that. I mean, people may not want that. So, okay, as promised. So here's how you can create your own little docked window. So this is what you do. Click on New, Docked Window. Now what's going to happen is you're not going to see it. It's going to jump onto my other monitor, I believe. Okay. Oh, didn't. Okay, so this allows you, and this is what you want to do. You want to create a name for it. I'm going to call it Test. You'll see why. Okay, so now I've got a blank docked window. Now, I'm going to move it. I can minimize it a bit, but I'll just move it. Let me minimize it a bit. Actually, I don't have to do that. Let's just say I wanted to put this one, into my docked window. Now, notice it doesn't go in just because I dragged it in here. It doesn't go into the dock window, but all I have to do is right click, okay? And you see where it says now duplicate into test. Now, this is what we call test. And these are my other docked windows. I've got them all named. So I could put this anywhere I want, but I'm going to duplicate it into test. Okay, so here it is. Now, that's the top list window. Now I'm going to do this with the alert window. Obviously, it doesn't matter what window, as long as I can drag it in here. And I don't have to even drag it in here. I mean, I could have kept it on my other monitor. I'm just doing it so you can see what I'm doing. But because you're right click and duplicate into test. Okay, so now I've got two. So now you can start adding as many as you want. And they'll all appear as tabs up here. So here is the trick, because now you want to arrange them. So you just grab, and notice, you see this icon that shows up right here, this icon, with an up arrow, left arrow, right arrow, down arrow. So you pick where you want it in relation to the one, to this one here. So let's put it below. Okay. I could have put it beside it. If I wanted this one now on top of this for some reason, just go to the window, put it on top. Okay, so it's just a little tricky, just getting used to that icon that with the up and down and sideways arrows. And then you just basically keep adding. Let's take another one. File, load from cloud, Momo, add, or sorry, not add, but load. So it showed up on my other monitor. So here it is. Right click. I'm going to put it into test. See, now you see, just have to find where it put it. So here's the tab. I can put it beside here if I want. And it didn't work. Just a second. I must not have clicked it right. Oh. There we go. Okay. I just didn't release it in time. So you see, this is how you arrange it. And you just keep adding them, and the trick is to get them arranged the way you want. What I would do is I would lay out all my windows, my sort of what we'll call the old free-floating windows. I would have them all arranged and then put them in one at a time, and then it's probably a simpler way to arrange it. Just takes a little bit getting used to, if I want to move it down below, It's a matter of grabbing it. Okay? So you can practice with that. So you can now save it. I can save this, just like anything else, save or share to cloud, and notice that it says test. Okay, and if you actually went down here, you would see, like I've got a lot of windows, right? But you would see these are all checked. You don't have to do it. Okay, you don't have to check these because it's already done. So again, you just right click, save or share to cloud. The name of it will be there, and just save it. Now it'll be in your cloud. And right here. What I'd like to see is, I name them docked main, so I know I'd like to see that be a D. So you know exactly that it's a docked window. But right now, so that's how I've named them all. So I know that this is a docked window, okay? But this is where you would find them, just in the cloud. It's probably organized as a layout. Yeah, they're all organized as layouts. So if you just you select layouts here, then here they all are. What I would do is I would just name, I'd probably put dock the first name so you know it's a dock layout. Do you have to have the menu bar on the dock? Don't know what you mean by that exactly. What menu bar? Do you don't mean the top? You're talking about this? You're talking about the toolbar up here? Well, you don't have. Well, you have to have this up because you're because that of course Trade Ideas is up and running, but it's not doesn't appear here, if that's what you mean. Not really, Brett. No. I mean, when you say breakouts really quickly, anything in here, the basic new highs and lows, my momentum scan because it's based on momentum. However, there's no guarantee that you'll see it right at the time when you want to. I mean, we get this question all the time. I want to see a breakout before it happens. I don't think you're asking me quite like that, but I mean, you can try my momentum scan because what that is doing, it's showing that there's momentum coming in on volume, and depending on where it's breaking from, it could be breaking early enough that you can get into it. So, from my from my homepage, if you click on that link and you go to my scan section, momentum up. So there's no guarantee that it's going to give you exactly what you're looking for, but it'll show you stocks that are starting to break out. Now, they could have already been up a huge amount already, and now they're breaking out again. But if you watch it early enough in the day, sometimes you catch the breakout, at the beginning of the day. Okay, so momentum up, you can try that. I don't think so, Pitbull. I mean, I could ask the developer of the room, but because we don't do that. I mean, we're not. It's not a trade ideas room, if you understand what I mean. It's a third party developer. So Brett, all you have to do is click on the link. You're asking me. There's right above your name, right where you posted. There's the link. Okay, to my homepage. Can you see? So you just click on that and then go to the scan section. And then find Momo. When you click on my link, this is what you'll see. Okay, then go to the scan section. And there it is, momentum up. You mean custom formulas? I have a few, yeah. Consequently, I can't share it. When you say custom layouts, on the channel bar. You know what? I've never really done that. I played around with it. I just didn't find that it was that big a deal for me. I know what you mean. I do have this. I played around with this. I just didn't find that it was that big a deal for me. And I think there is I knew that was going to happen. See, that is the issue with the custom. That's ugly. There's something you have to do ahead of time, and now I think I think you have to. Yeah, I'm not even going to show you because there is a massive. I don't want to call it a bug. Let me just get my my layout back. Give me a moment as my layout returns. Now, it's possible that this is because I had these from before, but You know, I'm certainly not going to do it again. But I think this is the only time where pinning comes into play, that you have to kind of pin your layout. And I'm not going to pin anymore. I don't find that this is that big a deal anymore. Okay, but that's just me. You know, to be able to have my channels up here, because I think what you have to now do. Yeah, that you see. That's right. You would have to pin your layouts then. You see where it says pin? I would have had to pin my all my layouts, all of these containers, for me to be able to then click on my custom channels. I just think it's, you know, I'm getting completely away from pinning. You see where so in other words, but if you were bound and determined to do it, I can show you how you can. But do you see what I'm saying? That's why all my scans disappeared. So if, if you want to, if you have your custom layouts, you can have 5 of them here. Okay, 5. These are obviously, when I click on this, my scans do not. My layout does not disappear. If you don't want, but if you want to create your own, and then you want your layout to remain, you have to pin each individual window. Not, well, each docked window. Now to create it here, there's even a little pin here. I'll be honest, I'm not sure I know how to do it in the new one, because here in the old channel, you just click and you edit custom channels, and you would just you would save a layout. Well, I can't add a channel because I've got 5. I just think it's complicated. But let me get rid of one. I'll just show you what I mean. So delete a channel. So now I could add a channel, and then if I created a layout, of course it would have a name, and we just have to find it. Or no, sorry, this is when you give it a name, and then enter the cloud code. So you would select from the cloud. Okay, it would be in your cloud. So let's just say you had a layout that you had already saved. You just find it, and you would put it in here and say okay, and then it would be added. I mean, that's the mechanics of doing it. Apply it, and then that would be added, and then it would be up here. I don't see how to do it here. Okay, that's how you do it. Okay, same thing. So instead of that little gear, you just right click. Oh, up here. You right click up here and then edit custom channels, and now you do the same thing. So I can get rid of that because you can only have 5. And then you would go through add channel. I'll call it test. I'll select from the cloud. It doesn't have to, it could just be even one window. Okay, I could do that. Select it. Okay, apply it. You see now, there it is. But remember now, in the dock, if I clicked on test right now, everything would disappear, because I'm just not going to do it because I don't care about having a custom channel. But if I did, then I have to go up into this toolbar right at the top here, not the toolbar, but right at the top here, and pin it. And when you pin it, then this won't disappear. So I'd have to go through the exercise of pinning each one of these. It's just something I don't care about, so that's why I won't do it. But if you care about it, I mean, if you really want to have a channel up here, then that's what you'd have to do. KDMN, let's see, take a look at KDMN. Okay, this is a news halt. Yeah, so this is a news halt, yes. All right, guys, so questions. What time is it? 2:10? No call out, meaning, oh, goods. Sorry. Goods. Yeah, the only two I do that with is Pitbull and you. I forgot, sorry. Well, you asked a question, that's why, and I got all serious on you. Man, I keep watching this IC. I still have my alert set. Maybe next week. I don't know. Maybe next week it'll be its week. At least it's kind of holding just under 10 rather than the big drop like before. Oracle. Boy, I haven't seen anybody put Oracle in the room for a while. Let's take a look at Oracle. Yeah, having a nice day. Okay, there's really no setting for that, Nick. I mean, whatever it is, it is. I mean, it's really based on your computer to a big extent. Okay, large extent. There's no setting that's going to get you faster data. Okay, you're pulling it in at the. I mean, as long as your computer, you see where it says 35 up here. As long as it's under 100, that's fine. You know, now every now and then you're going to see, you can see it shoot up, you know, but I mean, typically if it's under 100, then, you know, I wouldn't worry about the speed that you're getting your data. I mean, it's a real time, these are all real time alerts. So there's nothing for you to do. Yes, there is, Rob. Have you ever created a custom formula? No. Okay, just making it harder for me, but that's fine. Just kidding. Okay, so I'm going to send you to tech support, okay? No, I mean, not out of here, but you see the tech support tab? I just want to put it in here because it's a bit of some text in here, okay? I'm going to put it in here. Okay, Rob, can you see this in tech support? Okay, great. So this is how you create a custom formula, okay? Just follow when you click the link and you're going to see what happens, okay? Now, in this particular case, the units will be shared. I mean, it doesn't even matter if you fill it out, but if you want, the units are not dollars, obviously, it'll be shares. Here's the formula that you would use. Okay? Small case V underscore small up underscore 1, okay? And then when you do that, it'll create a filter just like any other filter you've got with a min and a max. And so now you could put in the min whatever your minimum amount that you want it to be up or minimum amount of shares in 1 minute. So try it and let me know if that worked for you, okay? But I think if you follow this, I think it'll be pretty obvious. Whoa! This is what I think Zach was waiting for, a big capitulation down of GX. And also, Rob, I'm going to pop a couple of links in because if you get creative later on, I'm going to show you where we get those data points from. And you'll see that V up 1 as an example. So that link there and on pages 5 and 6. This is what I'm talking about right here. So this is how you can, wait a minute, go down here, down to pages 5 and 6. Here we go, pages 5 and 6. Notice the V up 1. That's 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5. Now you can't create something. People ask, well, I'd like 3 minutes. Well, you won't, you can't have it. I mean, these are the data points that you can use as an example here, okay? So you just can't create it by following sort of the same format. You can't create it. If it's not here, it's not here. All right, guys, 2:19. I might wrap the room up in about half an hour, maybe 2:45 or so. I'll always stay later if there are questions, but everything's starting to dry up a lot here. Sir Thomas, you too. Let's just take for fun, take a look at the sector status, see if there's anything jumping out here. Again, look at energy. Every single stock is down. Materials, usually materials and energy kind of go hand in hand. Down, not quite everyone down. Look at real estate. For whatever reason, real estate is is a great sector today. Well, great. I mean, 72% are up. Doesn't mean they're up huge. I mean, it just means they're up. Up from the close of yesterday. Now, here's something else maybe I can go over, especially if you're new to trade ideas. Let me click on the momentum channel. So again, this is the new beta. Okay, so notice my layout remains. I can go into the channel bar and I can click on different channels. I don't have to worry about my layout. The only time you have to pin your layout is if you create your own little channel. Okay. But let's just say you wanted this Momo channel. Now, again, a couple things. I know I repeat myself, but people, if you're new, if you looked at this Momo channel, you right-click, and right-clicking just to see, and click on Configure, just to see what it's looking for. All right, so here it is. The price is between 1 and 50, current volumes 3, trading at least 3 times normal, etc. Now let's just say, for argument's sake, you didn't like that price range and you wanted it to be 10 and 50. You know, I'll click on the summary. Now it's changed, right? Now you may, and you say, okay. Now you may think that you've changed it. Now if you went to another channel and then you came back, that change remains. No. Now if you don't believe me, click on my channel. And then let's go back to the momentum channel. See, it's back down to 1 and 50 instead of 10 and 50. Okay? So why did that happen? Well, you have to realize that these channels are for everybody. So the fact that you want to make a change is not necessarily what other people want. So typically, though, this is what I think a lot of people would do. It's not that you want to necessarily have this channel up and running, but you might like this particular window. Okay, this scan. You might like this scan, and you might like to have it in your layout. So this is what you do. Again, this is in the new build. If you right-click, now in the old build, all you have to do is save or share to cloud. But if you do that, you're saving the entire, you're saving the entire layout. So that's not what you want. If you just want the one scan, so you duplicate into free floating window. It's going to show up somewhere. Other monitor. Okay, so here it is. Now let's just say you had made the change already and then you did that duplicate, and so here it is. So you've made the change and now you save it to the cloud. Okay? Now why am I doing that? Okay, let's close that off. Close this off. Because now if you went through every channel and you started extracting windows one by one, you know, ones that might You might think, that might be interesting for my layout. Then what you would do is, if you had a layout already, it's fine. But if you had a blank, if you wanted to just start completely from scratch, you'd say Windows, close all your windows. So all you would have is a toolbar. But if you had a layout up and running, that's fine. And then you just file, load from cloud, and you see where it is, Momo, right up here. Load it, and then you can incorporate now this as part of your layout, or the start of a layout, brand new layout that you've never had before, made up of scans from the various channels. So you didn't have to know how to make them in the first place. This is great, for people who are brand new. You don't have to know how to make them. And then once you've amassed them, maybe some charts, and then you just save your layout. So again, just another way we try to make it easy for people who are brand new and then don't want to even try to make their own scans right off the bat. We basically make them, created a lot for you, plus of course all the scans that I'm sharing. And one last, what time is it? Almost 2:30. So one last look at my home page. All right, so you click on my homepage link, and again, lots of information, including how to take a subscription, trade of the week, stock of the day video. These are all free. Then all my scans, my layout that you see, plus all the education, 20 lessons, daily support sessions in our YouTube room between 12 and 1, daily webinars, Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Educational videos, starting from scratch, the AI. Back to basics. If you're brand new to trading, it starts off with what is a stock. So again, I always say it like this. I'm glossing over this really quickly. I don't expect you to take this all in right now. All you have to do is save my link. Just save my link, and then you can look at all this later on, whenever you want. And the other link that I will put in that actually helped. Good, Kev. I'm glad it, whatever I was doing, I'm glad that helped. All right, so I did put this link called Test Drive. Okay, when you click on Test Drive, this is what you're going to see. So first name and email. So what does this all mean? So on August 9th to August 20th, that is a Monday to like a week the following Friday, that's 10 trading days. We will give you access to our full premium service for $11.11, okay, for the 10 trading days. So a little over $1 a day for the 10 trading days, but you'll also have the 2 weekends to take a look at it. And so if you fill this out, all that's doing, it's just saying, okay, we'll send you an email with the details if you do want to take the test drive. Okay, you're not signing up for the test drive. Okay, so that's what it says, to get notified for the next test drive, when it's going to be. I know it's going to be August 9th, but you'll get the details. How do I sign up? How do I pay for it and all that? And the other thing, you don't have to worry. We get a lot of questions on this. When the test drive is over, it's over. We're not one of these companies that automatically puts you into a subscription, okay? You want to take out a subscription after the test drive is over, great. We're going to have a nice little promo code probably. Not probably, I know we will. And so you will have the opportunity to take out a subscription if you want. Meanwhile, RCAT, wow, on the move here. Wow. I mean, it might be a scam, but wow. Yeah, you want to be a conspiracy theorist. There's no question. I mean, look at this. The last 3 days, especially yesterday. I mean, that was a massive drop, big candle yesterday. And then they come out with the news today that the merger is going ahead. I mean, I'm pretty sure here everybody knew what the merger was, but maybe there's a rumor, oh, it's not going to happen or something like that. And then they come out and say exactly what the, what the terms are. So I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know for sure if today is the first day that they've mentioned this company that they're going to be merging with. I doubt it because I mean, it usually, way ahead of time they say this is who we're going to merge with, but this says it closes the SPAC merger today. First call this morning, Ija. Congratulations, then. Well, that's typical of a SPAC, though, of course, that 10. So I don't know if they made the announcement here a couple of days ago that's who that's who we're looking at, the cellularity or whatever. But that is really typical of a SPAC that just, hasn't actually made an announcement of who they're looking at. You'll be here all day? What are you guys swing trading? Ooh, boy, this could be a massive open. So here's your news. Now I don't know anything about this drug, chronic graft versus host disease. I know nothing about this. Oh, I see. This is what you were talking about, William, regarding your wife. But grants full approval. Full approval. Wow. I don't know what the market is or how much they're going to charge for it, etc. But obviously, good news for a little company like this. Little as in share price, anyway. Wow, $1,200 a month. And I'll bet you that's cheap for a lot of the stuff that you guys have to pay for. Mm-hmm. Generic, okay. Yeah, that's one huge difference between our countries. I find it so fascinating. I mean, normally things are a lot cheaper in your country, except for drugs. And I had all those people trying to buy drugs from Canada, having pharmacies phone up here and wow, William, really? Wow. Well, we better make sure you make money then. Are you kidding? Wow. Yeah, I'm sure there are many I mean, this is probably nothing new. Class action against this. I mean, you see them, not just this company. You see many things like that. But there's Grumpy. Grumpy, you're still around. Okay, I won't sleep on AEMD. Don't sleep on AEMD. How ugly is this? But okay. Oh, you crack me up, Ija. You're always asking me to take a look at these things. Relative volume of 0.08. I mean, I know you're not saying for today, but next week? Okay. Okay, well, just for you, I'll put an alert just around 4. 398. I'll put an alert at 398. At 240, it's going to say that? How do you know at 240 it's going to say that? Well, we'll see. I'll stick around. Yeah, I mean, it's, we're at the mercy of our data provider, but how do you know, though, at 240, well, we'll see. I mean, I'll just see at 240 if that's what it says. I do see Benzinga saying it'll resume at 245. So the quotes will open at 240, but it will not start trading until 245. Oh, what is this? Some insanely low pink sheet stock? It's going to be a pink sheet stock. 100% guaranteed pink sheet. There it is. Are you kidding me? I'm sure you did, Locutus. What do they do just for fun? Motion picture and video distribution. And you're out of Fayetteville or Fayetteville. I don't know how you guys pronounce it. I know how I would pronounce it, but video on demand. Faye, okay. Then you were right, Mr. Will. So you're right, halted because of extraordinary events. Okay. You're right. Now all we see is 382, 382, 383 stacking up. It's possible. Is it I hate to say it like this, but is it a big deal? Because when it resumes, it's going to resume at 245, I'm assuming. Because it's not trading yet. So I'm not 100% sure that they would do anything. Halted because of news and halted because of extraordinary events, okay. But at 245, if it starts to trade, isn't that good enough? Yeah. I hear you. I just know they got so much on their plate. I ask for things, and they get things which would really affect you more. It just doesn't get done. I mean, we've got so many things on the go. So this, I'm not going to try to snow you. I could pass this on, but they might look at that and go, you know what? That's from our provider, and as long as it resumes when it's supposed to, they probably say, well, that's good enough. Luckily, I mean, it doesn't happen that often. But it will be interesting to see how it opens. Ooh, I even hate to bring this one up, but SGOC is starting to move. Not starting to move, it's had a nice move. But somebody asked a long time ago, right there, right when it was basing just around that 10 mark or 1060 mark. Well, I'll certainly stick around for the open, assuming it's going to be 12. I shouldn't say that, because what if they say, well, it'll open now at 3:15? I won't be here. But that was a terrible rug pull in the EHR, I have to admit. Even if you had a stop in, I mean, it would have been tough to get out all your shares probably where you would want if you had an auto stop in. All right, maybe 45 seconds, guys, if this is true that it's going to open at 2:45, according to the news. No clue whatsoever. I mean, it's halted at 382, and I just see 382, 383 on the bid ask right now, so no clue. Boy, it's an ugly, ugly, ugly monthly chart, daily chart, weekly chart. There's just ugliness abounds. Okay, but I guess if it somehow can scream higher through all this, what's the float? 165 million in the float? So it's not a low float situation. We have 1 minute and it opened. Okay, so that ooh, and boy, did it ever. Maybe. Yeah, did it ever. So that just broke, that just blasted its way right through all this. And this could get halted again. Boy, look at the time in sales just going crazy. So I'm talking about right here. Look at the velocity of trading. That's from IB, by the Interactive Brokers, by the way, guys, in case you're wondering where do we get that within Trade Ideas. You don't. I'm looking at maybe a 450 break. Boy, it's not. What did it get up to right there? 485. I'm kind of looking at a 450 break, maybe take some. But I got to really pay attention to it. Yeah, I mean the float is big, you know, so it's going to take a bunch. Did you really, Aja? And it worked? Good for you. All right, guys, listen, I'll leave you guys with that. I'm gonna take off now. Unless there are any questions, I will stick around. Get my script ready. Disappointed. I thought maybe if it took out 450, I would be I would take some. It may happen, but it doesn't look right now anyway. Okay, everybody, I think that is it. I don't see any other questions, so I think I'm going to take off now. Have a great weekend, everybody. I'll open the room Monday morning at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Hope to see you there. Bye bye. Okay, I'm still here, YouTube, NTT Expert. So let me just see if I can answer that question. Trying to limit the first 30 minutes of trading. Well, it should. I mean, time of day. Okay, search. What was rude? So time of day. Add the filter. So if you want to limit it to the first 30 minutes, why? If you put max 30, doesn't that work? Yeah, I'm not sure if he's kidding or what was rude. I'm just trying to. I was just in the process of shutting the room down, but I said I would answer your question. Are you still there? So I don't understand the two frames. I mean, this is all you can do. I mean, the time of day. I mean, we have a filter here. I thought you wanted the max. You didn't want it to work after 30 minutes. Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, no, you can't. You can't. You can only do the one filter. I mean, obviously you can have two different scans, but within the same scan, yeah, you can only use the filter once. So sorry, nothing. Nothing I can help you with then. Okay, I think I'm shutting down now. Okay, I say I can't. If you're looking for the same filter in. What exactly are you trying to do? I didn't actually know there was a. I'm just looking to see. Just give me a moment. So did you try? So is this what you mean? You tried to do this? Use the seconds after open? If you already tried that, yeah, I guess, I mean, I don't know what else to say. I've never even tried this one because we have the time of day. That's what I use. I do have a couple of filters that I want to block. Don't want to see anything until the first, say, after the first 15 minutes, as an example. But if you're trying to do something, you know, at the whole hour, like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, no. Now, there are people with trade ideas who are a little more, it's possible you can use some and, you know, it's possible. So you might want to give Chris McKay Chris, if you go to our homepage and try to explain what you're looking for, it's possible that maybe it can be done with some ands. So I'll give you the, okay, and explain what you're trying to do. If there is a way, Chris might take a look at it. I mean, I guess it's, I'm just thinking at the top of my head, but I'm too, I just don't do this sort of stuff anymore, to be honest, okay? Whereas Chris, he likes to poke around. I mean, it's possible with some ands, you know, and create ranges. I suppose it is possible. If it is possible, he'll know, all right? All right, I'm out of here now, guys, okay? So hope we'll see you guys Monday morning. Bye-bye.